What's up, Banter fam? Basically, I was just in my office here chilling and I was researching some altcoins. And I thought to myself, why am I researching behind closed doors when I can open up the research process in front of all of you and we can actually all research together? So I thought today, what I'll actually do for a change is instead of researching on a Sunday night by myself, looking at altcoins by myself alone, why not open this research session up to the community and you can see my research process? You can see exactly how I filter what's a good altcoin, what's a bad altcoin, how I look for gems, and maybe on the show we'll find the next 100x gem. So the goal with this show is essentially just to hang out with you guys, take questions, basically go through your altcoins. I'll go through and chart any altcoin you want me to. We'll just interact, hang out, get your laptop open, get up 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗓𝗫, get up CoinDex, Token Terminal, all the websites, and let's research together and let's see what we can find. And let's go real degen today. Let's go on DEX tools, see what's pumped in the last hour, see if we can find any 100x gems, see if we can find the next ecosystem rotation on Phantom. This is the kind of stuff that I just do in my spare time on the weekend. But yeah, as I said, I thought, why just do it by myself when I can open it up to the floor and get involved with you guys and we can all hang out together and research together. So it's going to be a good time. It's going to be really, really fun. If you're not subscribed to the channel, click subscribe and turn on post notifications so you don't miss a single video. And the other thing I wanted to tell you guys is today, it's not just going to be me. Throughout these next few hours, because I'll probably just be on here chilling for the next few hours, doing some research. We're going to be getting on some guests, and I've sent some DMs out to some of my friends, and I've got some real alpha hunters and smaller accounts that are really, really good at finding alpha. They're going to come on and give you guys their small caps and tell you what they're looking at. And also, we've also got, I think, Ran and Sheldon, who's told me that they might be popping on at some point within the next couple hours. So I don't know when. Could be in 10 minutes, could be in 2 hours. But I think both of them might be making an appearance. At least one of them will be making an appearance to join with me and chart some of the altcoins that we look at today. So it's going to be cool. It's going to be a nice hangout sesh. Welcome everyone to the community. This is a different style of show for me, but I think it's going to be really cool. And in these shows, we can find gems, we can find small caps, we can really degen, because my normal shows are really fundamental based. I give you guys a lot of information on fundamentals and we look at the latest news events, but why not do what I do in my spare time in front of you guys and really degen? So the first thing I want to do, what I usually do on a Sunday night, it is a Sunday night here for me in Australia. It's 11 p.m. So it is late, but I actually do have a coffee. I'm just trying to stay awake, trying to stay alert for the stream here. What I usually do is start looking at the charts. Obviously, you can't make any trade if Bitcoin looks bad, and you certainly can't be longing shitcoin 100x altcoin gems if Bitcoin and Ethereum look to be breaking down. So I guess the first thing I want to touch on and just look at is where we sit in the market. And in 10 minutes, my friend just texted me and said he's coming on to share some alpha with you guys in the DeFi sector. So stick around for that. That's going to be awesome. But yeah, first thing I want to look at is Bitcoin and see where we sit. Now, it's funny because if we actually zoom out into some of the higher time frames here, it does look to me like Bitcoin is approaching resistance. We can see this level between 23.8 to 24.5. That is a heavy level of resistance. So longing here, I guess technically, you are longing into quite heavy resistance. And to me, it looks like the market's a little bit overextended in the short term. It does want to come down, and I have a feeling it does come down over the next few days, and that's going to create opportunities. So I think it's actually a really nice time right now to discuss some altcoins, because if we do get a pullback in the market, we want to be ready and we want to be there to take advantage of any pullbacks in this market, because you have to remember, when we are in an uptrend like we are right now, pullbacks are generally for buying, at least on the trading side. As long as you set a stop and execute risk management, pullbacks are usually for buying. So when the market does pull back, we want to be buying the strongest alts. We want to be buying the strongest narratives. So of course, throughout this stream, we're going to discuss the strongest narratives, discuss the AI narrative, the ZK narrative, all those kind of gems in those sectors and some of the smaller caps in those sectors where we can see liquidity rotate. But for right now, a pullback does look likely over the next few weeks. But it's funny because if we go, and not just next few weeks, few days, but it is going to depend on the Asian market open in around 12 hours time. But it's funny because if we zoom in and look at Bitcoin on a 4-hourly, it's weird because this actually kind of looks like a long zone, but it looks, I guess, like a terrible long zone for traders that trade on the higher time frame. So if you hold your trades for like a week or a few days, this doesn't look like a great long zone. But for me, it looks decent from a very short-term scalp perspective. And I am a bit of a degen, so I did open up a Bitcoin trade at the support on the 4-hourly at 23,316. And we're going to see how that trade goes. We're currently only 1.5% in the green. It's not the best trade if we're looking from a long-term perspective, but kind of if you set your stop below the kind of at the 23,178 region, and set a really, really, really tight stop and try and play a short-term scalp trade on a bounce here, it may not be terrible. Now, it may not pan out. It's not a very high risk reward trade. It's just kind of a little trade that I'm in just to kind of, see if we actually do get a bounce here. So that's what I'm looking at. That's where my stop is. You'll actually notice that if this trade doesn't work out, I only lose 0.4%. So on 10x leverage, that's only 4%. Now, if you put $1,000, that's only $40. So that's absolutely nothing in terms of getting stopped out. That's why I don't mind this trade in the short term. That's just something I'm looking at. And on Ethereum, I think you're going to see a similar setup as well. But when we kind of zoom out, I think a greater pullback at some point is due. And maybe we get a short-term bounce up to the 23.6 and then break down. I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller. It is quite hard to trade these markets on the really short time frames. You can go to just take trades when they're there and when you think it's at a level that you're comfortable longing at. And of course, we're going to get into altcoins and stuff. Just kind of want to go through the market first, go through some of the key alts and tell you what I'm thinking. Ethereum, in a very similar situation to Bitcoin, we did break out of the top of the range. You guys know this is the key range I've been looking at. The 1518 section, all the way up to the upper echelon at 1605. That's the range that we've been in, and it's been a very profitable range to trade in terms of longing the bottom there, and also taking some scalp shorts on the top of this range. But we did break out, and we've kind of formed a new trend at the 1660 level, which is now acting as support. That's another place you could definitely look to long, but on the flip side, you could also look to short, because if you do think there's a pullback coming, then you can definitely short this region and set your stop above the previous wick. Decent place to short if we confirm on the 4 hourly. And what I mean by confirmation is not just a break of trend, because we know trading break of trends, it rarely works out. Many times you'll get in trading kind of fake outs before you actually get a breakout. So it can do this and you kind of can get wrecked either side if you're trading a breakout. What I look for always when I'm trading is confirmation. So that'll mean, let's say we're shorting Ethereum. It'll be a break of trend, a retest, and then a confirmation candle, which will mean it stays below the level, and it also goes on to the next candle on a higher time frame, either the hour or the 4 hour, depends how you trade, and it confirms another red candle, and then you can look at shorting instead of kind of trying to short on the initial break, because what often happens is it just fakes out and it goes straight back above. And I think a lot of people get that wrong in crypto when they're trading breakouts. They kind of try and trade them as soon as they start touching the line. And no, we want confirmation, ideally on a higher time frame, like the 4 hours. So that's what I'm looking at on Ethereum and Bitcoin. You can trade this either way if you're a scalp trader, but these aren't huge trades. That's just kind of what I'm looking at in the short term. Of course, if you do want to trade, there is a link to a Bitget account in the description. Bitget right now is actually doing a massive 8,000 deposit bonus promotion. And we're also giving away a Rolex. I do think, and I can't confirm, but I do think the Bybit Rolex has already been claimed. But as far as I'm aware, and once again, I haven't checked this 100% over the last 12 hours, but as far as I'm aware, the Bitget Rolex is still up for grabs. And that means if you sign up using the link in the description for a Bitget account and you join the Discord and obviously you're subscribed to the channel, you have a chance to win a Rolex. I do believe that one has not been claimed yet. So you still have a chance to get involved with that and potentially win a Rolex. Remember, one trade equals one entry into the competition. So that's kind of what I'm seeing on the trading front. For Bitcoin, I do think there is a chance we do pull back. Let's have a look now to some of the levels we can pull back to. Of course, you might think I'm contradicting myself because I'm in a long right now and I'm saying that there could be a pullback. That long is a scalp long. So that's a very short time frame long. I'll probably look to get out pretty soon. When I say pullback, I mean something more significant on a higher time frame. That's kind of what I'm looking at potentially happening this week. Once again, I'm not a fortune teller. I just kind of go with my gut, go with my intuition. Sometimes it's wrong, sometimes it's right. But in crypto, all you need to be is right more than you are wrong, and then you're in the green, you're in the profit. So that's cool. So essentially, for me, a pullback probably the first logical place to come down to would be the 22.3 region. And then obviously you've got mid-range at 22.8. That's another region that is pretty significant right now. I do expect if we come down to that region, we do get a bounce at some point. And of course, the bottom area as well. This is the main zone I'm looking at right now, the 22.3 region. You break that and you start looking at lower targets like the 19 to 20K. But I still think there's too much bullish momentum in the market now to even be thinking like that. In crypto, you really have to trade the trends. And at the end of the day, the trend is your friend until the end of the trend. That's what my friend 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫 has been saying for quite some time. And it's exactly right. If you see an uptrend like this, there's no point in fighting it and trying to bet on a reversal and reversal and reversal like 𝗕𝗏𝗘𝗫 does. Because eventually, you're just going to end up losing money because you have to bet with the momentum of the market. And for me, if the market is bullish, I'm longing more than I'm shorting, and if the market's bearish, I'm shorting more than I'm longing. It's that simple. And if the market's bullish, then I'm buying pullbacks, and if the market's bearish, then I'm trying to short into pumps. It's really, really that simple. And when I buy pullbacks, I tend to do so on the alts because they tend to outperform. And we've seen some massive performers across the altcoin market. Every time we get a pullback and we get a bounce, they perform really, really, really strongly. So in today's show, obviously, as a research-driven show, I really want to look into these altcoins and dig deeper on what you guys are seeing. So now's the time for you to start, and I'm already seeing a few in the comments. Start dropping your altcoins in the comments. I'm going to try and get to as many as possible. The more I see an altcoin, the more chance I have of covering it, and we're going to talk through each one. If I don't know anything about it, I'm going to research it from scratch. So I don't claim to be a genius and know every token in the market, because it's impossible to stay up to date with every single token in the market. But in the case that I don't know much about a coin, then what I'm going to do is actually research it live and show you my process for actually researching it. I'm seeing a few, like there's tons here. I'm seeing them all come up. We got DEX, we got KDA. I'm going to touch on all these because I see them come up quite a lot. We got Drip Network. We have so much coming in right now. So it's really exciting on my Twitter as well. If I can just get it up. Firstly, I want to make sure that my tweet actually went out. I also asked people to leave their tickers in the comments. So I will also be going through the Twitter ones. Also, shield projects in the comments below that you want me to look at on stream, and why. Excellent idea. Love the show format. Thanks so much. I think it's going to be really fun researching with you guys on a Sunday. And I've got a few nice projects also in my Twitter. Someone said you should start your own YouTube channel. I do have my own channel, but I just obviously my main streams, my main research goes on here. My other channel's just for extra opinions that don't fit into my banter schedule. But I'm getting a lot of projects there as well. So I will put out another tweet. I'm actually going to do it now to get more people on the show. So basically, what I'm doing is I'm going to tweet out. If you're a researcher or a creator and want to share some alpha research on the show, send me a DM live right now in front of 1,000 people. I'm just going to tweet that and see if anyone wants to join. I do have to be kind of quiet because there's other people in the house and it's very, very late. I'm coming at you guys with a very, very late night live stream. Just a quick roll call. Roy is in the house. I see Troy as well. Stuart, Mikey, welcome. Lawrence, War Toad. Everyone's here. Everyone's in their house. We've got Alan, we've got Oliver, we've got Daniel, we've got Joe. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Oliver. Great to see you guys here. Great to see you all ready to research, ready to rumble on a Sunday. I'm just going to check my messages real quick before we get into this altcoin stuff. My friend said, why are you streaming? I'm going to let my other friend reply to him because he needs to join the stream and see what we're all about. All right, let's go. Thoughts on Gala? Should we do the Gala first? All right, let's do Gala. Let's firstly look at the price action for each of these coins because we want a bit of a indication behind how things are trading. I already have Gala in my watch list. I wonder if I just deleted the lines on my chart. I've still got some lines. So Gala, like a lot of other coins, is looking super strong right now. And actually gaming as a whole has been one of the strongest narratives in crypto. So if we go into categories and we go into gaming or GameFi, I wonder if this will come up or if it's under Metaverse. But yeah, the gaming trend has been very strong. And over the last 7 days, we've had some of the strongest gainers actually be games. Flocky is one of them, kind of like a meme coin with a metaverse. We've also seen Illuvium perform really well. Illuvium's one that Ran called on the show, and it did an 80%. And also Hustle's had some amazing calls in the gaming space as well. Illuvium, this one has a lot of momentum. This is one that maybe if we get a pullback in the market, I'll consider longing just because it has a lot of momentum. A lot of creators starting to talk about it. We've had a pullback from 100 to like the mid 80 region. If we go down to the mid 70s, of course, I need to do like more in-depth TA to give you guys a proper level. Then I'd be interested in buying that on a pullback because Illuvium is a very quality project. But remember, that's not for a long-term spot hold. That is for a short-term trade, or at least like kind of like a 3 to 6 month hold, because we don't know how long this kind of rally will be. It might sustain for 6 months. It might just be a few months. It might be the start of a new bull run. But whatever it is, for me, this isn't like spot accumulation time. This isn't time to load up into altcoins and start FOMOing. For me, it's time to be very pragmatic about our portfolio allocation. Make sure it's allocated correctly. Get into the coins that we think are still undervalued, and kind of, wait for better, really long-term entries on some of these alts. And when I say long-term entries, I mean, if you're planning on holding Illuvium for 1 to 2 years, then obviously, you don't really want to be buying into a crazy pump. You want to be waiting for a range that is more conducive to long-term accumulation. And for me, a lot of these alts have now broken out of their long-term accumulation range. Let me give you an example on Gala. Gala had a very long accumulation range. and then it also dumped off. So this was accumulation. We had the dump, we had the sell-off period, reaccumulation around this zone. Then we had a bit of a bleed post FTX, and then obviously a pump as we kind of broke a long-term trend. That's an example of one. We had accumulation, then we had a breakout, and then once it broke out, it got absolutely sent. And this was a coin that I was accumulating roughly. I think I got some DCAs at like the 3 cent mark, and then also down at the 1.5 cent mark as well. And then that obviously broke out and performed really, really strongly. In terms of what I'm seeing next on Gala, definitely think this is a key level. We seem to have broken above. I'd probably look for the pullback. So Gala, if we get a Bitcoin pullback, I think this could be a decent one. Let me go into the 4-hourly here and have a look. Yeah, I'd definitely wait for a pullback to this like 44.9 zone. And then Gala looks like a solid bet. What is that from here? Like an 11% trade. So yeah, that's probably where I'd buy Gala. On more of kind of like a trading point of view, in terms of a long-term accumulation point of view, probably this zone here is a little bit better. These bottom lines. So this range is like a really good long-term range. And that is from 3.8 to 4.4. So that's kind of my long-term Gala range. Gala's done some really cool stuff. They came out with their kind of film program. So their film stuff, they're launching a film studio. So that's really cool. They're also building a lot of games. I wonder if I can get the Gala ecosystem up for you guys. Gala ecosystem to kind of show you what they're working on. Gala games. It's really cool. Like their interface is super nice. And they have many games as well. I wonder if there's a photo of the ecosystem. If anyone wants to send me any resources, by the way, my Twitter DMs are also open. So they have a lot of stuff. And for me, investing in studios in terms of gaming is a lot easier than trying to pick an individual game. Picking an individual game is quite difficult because you're essentially trying to bet against hundreds of other games in the market and thousands of other titles in the market. And that becomes quite tricky because individual games often fail. Like just look at traditional gaming. The traditional gaming success rate on successful releases that break even is extremely low compared to the amount that's invested. So just like traditional gaming, it's very, very hard to pick individual games in the Web3 space. So for me, infrastructure is where a lot of the upside is actually going to be captured. And for me, long-term, gaming infrastructure is where I'm looking, and not necessarily in the individual games. Although the individual games will be the ones that pump the most, and like Illuvium is a standout because the graphics are just so good, I think you're going to have more success from an investment point of view going infrastructure and studios. And under the studio narrative, we've got 𝗕𝗬𝗘𝗧, I think it's a very quality project. We've got 𝗕𝗬𝗕�13, which I'm a big fan of. People are going to hate this one, but I think Superfarm is going to have a revival at some point. I don't think Elio's done. I don't think he's going to let it die. And I think there's great people working behind it. It's now called Superverse. But I do think this one could be one that has a comeback at some point, although it's kind of died and it's definitely looking dead. At some point, it's going to have a revival. WASDA, I think, is a super solid project as well. Hustle's covered this one quite a lot. And there's some other projects as well. I think in the gaming space, you also want to look at infrastructure. So in terms of infrastructure, you got to ask yourself 2 questions. Where are games being built? So what chains are they being developed on? And then also, where are games listing their NFTs? So what marketplaces are home to a lot of games? What bridges are home to a lot of games and gaming NFT ecosystems? And for me, like a few chains come under this list. The first one's IMX. It's a layer 2 solution. It's actually built using ZK. And I think I did a thread on IMX here just to give you some more details. For me, a lot of games, or at least on the NFT side as well, are going to be built on IMX. I don't know why Twitter search is so broken. Like you search stuff and it doesn't come up. Must be because I didn't use the ticker. Oh no, I did use the ticker. It still didn't come up. But yeah, essentially IMX is a layer 2 scaling solution designed to offer near instant confirmation and zero gas fees for NFT trading and minting. So they rely on Starkware ZK rollups to achieve scalability, and they plan to support L2, L3s, and multiple other ZK rollups for different use cases in the future. So this is a great one. I mean, look at the ecosystem. It's already vast. They've already got Illuvium listing their NFTs on top of IMX. They've got other massive games as well, like Gods Unchained, Congregate, and many more that are starting to build. So that's one chain that I think is capturing upside. The other one is Matic. Matic is kind of a sleeper when it comes to gaming, but if you go to these gaming conferences, and Ran went to the Korean conference last year, and he came back and he said, Miles, all the games are building on Matic. Like, this is crazy. Like, we have to buy Matic. That was a Matic was like 50, 60 cents, that it just became clear that, I mean, their biz dev's so strong and their incentives to build on the chain is so strong that people just want to build on Polygon. People just want to build on Matic. And that's one of the reasons why they've captured a lot of games as well. Let's go through some other smart contract chains and kind of talk about other platforms that could expose themselves to games. Based on what I've seen, Of course, I'm not an expert. I'm a researcher, I'm a fundamentalist, I'm a DeFi guy. I do my best, but I don't know everything that's going on with every single chain. But I do get a little bit of a view here as to what chains are suited for what. So let's keep it on the gaming NFT conversation. Cardano, not much. BNB, some NFT stuff, but not much. Ethereum, there is a lot being built on ETH, but the problem is it's just got such a bottleneck when it comes to scalability. Like the only real games that I think are going to do really strongly on Ethereum are the ones right now that are using either optimistic or ZK rollups, because that's the only way to get cost down. Because the Ethereum gas fees are just crazy, and optimistic rollups super efficient. ZK, which is a lot of them are coming to the market soon. That's a narrative we'll talk about later as well, because that's been running. I think a lot of games are going to use ZK as well. So Ethereum, although I don't think right now the base layer is really ready for these games, I think one day it will become ready for these games. Then we also have Polygon, as we talked about. Solana, I went to Breakpoint last year. It's funny when Sol was dropping, there was a lot of hate saying Sol's dead. And I was an advocate that said, look, really not much has changed in terms of the ecosystem. The only thing that's really changed is the sentiment hit. And as we've seen, the sentiment's shifted again in a positive direction for Sol. And my opinion on Sol hasn't changed at all. I still think it's a chain that's home to some amazing dApps, and a lot of games are building on Solana as well. Like so many great games. And I want to show you, if I can get a visual of the Solana ecosystem, Sol Games. I want to show you all the games that are being built. Of course, we have like Star Atlas, which is the main one, but there are some really good games as well. Twitter's really hard to search on, by the way, just because it's so broken. But if I can get the Sol Game ecosystem, that would be lovely. Hopefully someone's made a visual. I often rely on people. Here we go. I always love, it's 2021 though. We want an updated one. This is a live research show, so nothing's going to be quick. Well, I try to be quick, but this will be inevitably slower than a pre-planned show. But that's the beauty of doing this. You get to see how I research live. So exactly. So if you don't know what's in an ecosystem, you can first try Twitter, second try Discord, third you can just literally try Googling, and sometimes you get lucky on Reddit, which just happened then. So that's one way that I kind of look up stuff if I can't find a resource. But we've got Star Atlas, obviously building. This is last year as well, so not everything is on here. Fract, All Art, Kinland, Solarity. I mean, we went to Breakpoint last year in Lisbon, and we walked into the gaming day. It was basically, they hired out a huge hall. They had all the games and NFT projects all in one place. And I walked through and I was in awe. Like Monkey Ball had like a huge like stage and an active demonstration zone. Star Atlas had a huge stage as well. There was just all these games like in one place, and it was really crazy. I've never seen that many games in one place before. So that's why I say Solana, it's a decent gaming ecosystem because it's very fast. Like it has high throughput, it's fast, it's efficient. It's just a good place to build games. So I see a lot of games being built on Sol. Where else do I see games being built? Because by the way, games are going to be one of the biggest onboarders of users next cycle. Like gaming is going to be massive. And I'm actually going to get up an Alex Becker tweet for this, because he did a good bullish tweet today. Of course, Alex does a bullish tweet on gaming because he loves crypto gaming. But let's get his tweet up. Solana Gaming Day was awesome. Yeah, it was really good. 𝗕𝗬𝗧𝗚 is a Twitter celeb. Yeah, I've done a good job growing the Twitter, but that's just because I put out good content. I work hard at it. I want to give you guys good alpha. I'm dedicated. And, I work hard at it. And I think if you work hard at anything, you can do anything. It's all about dedication. Like, look, right now it's almost 12 o'clock. I'm live streaming because, I don't know. I just find this fun. I find researching crypto so fun. It's literally like, I don't know. I feel like we've unlocked some like free money glitch in life. And I just feel like the opportunity right now, it's huge. Like you invest time now. And in 5 to 10 years, you're going to reap some serious rewards, because I think we have ecosystems like Ethereum that are moving into their own digital economies. We have so many protocols building upon these layer ones that are only really on the verge of mass adoption. And honestly, if you just want to see how close we are, look at this: crypto versus internet. I want to show you this crypto versus internet roadmap. This is pretty crazy. So where's the crypto versus internet? Yeah. Look at this. So crypto right now is where the internet was in 1998. I'll zoom in. I'll show you where we are. This is the internet, all right, in 1990 to 2000. The internet is this line here, this green line. The blue line is crypto. It is following the exact same growth trajectory as the internet. And at this rate, we'll hit 1 billion users in 2028. 1 billion users. 1 billion. 12.5% of the world. 1 billion users. So we're really just at the point where this shit starts to get exponential. We're really just at that point. So it's super exciting. And we are truly so early. And people think that's cringe to say, but guys, we're super early. And that's why it's so exciting. And I think if you work hard now, you're really setting yourself up to be in a position where you can not only achieve financial freedom over the next decade or 2 decades, but be at the forefront of like a revolution, a financial revolution, but also a technological revolution. And clearly, big companies are seeing this because Amazon just started investing heavily into crypto gaming with the new gaming fund. Obviously, Google, Nike, Porsche, everyone's starting to realize that blockchain is the future, but also like the governments, like Australia, did release their regulation paper a couple of days ago, and in that paper they outlined their plan to issue digital stablecoins. The big 4 banks issuing their own digital stablecoins, and also CBDCs. Now, I don't agree with CBDCs, but they're built on blockchain. And if blockchain was a crap technology, then the governments wouldn't be using it for, wild-scale digital bank currency issuance. So, I mean, it's clear to me blockchain's the future, and I hope the decentralized economy and the centralized economy can work in tandem with each other, because there's so many opportunities here. And of those opportunities, when I think of ways that crypto is going to onboard retail, I think gaming 100% is one of the ways that we're going to get retail into this market. And when I say retail, I mean, that average user that doesn't want to know that they're using crypto. Because, like, admittedly, when we're on MetaMask, when we're interacting with crypto ecosystems, we know we're using crypto. It's so obvious. There's so many pain points. You got your seed phrase. You got to log into your wallet. It's pretty difficult. Whereas, like, there's many users out there, they don't want to know they're using crypto. They just want to use it. And gaming is one way that they can just use it. And not necessarily, they can just log on, they can play a game, they can earn some money for playing that game. And it's not painfully obvious that they're using crypto. And I think that's a really, really beautiful thing. Really, really beautiful thing. So gaming is definitely going to be one of the ways to onboard these users. And I want to read Alex Becker's tweet now, because he worded it a lot more eloquently than I can, because he's the gaming guy and I'm not. He said, in the 2021 low, I thought crypto was done for a few years. So I said, F it. Let's focus on and invest in just one sector I'm really into. And he said gaming/metaverse. Calmly doing this at the lows made me life-changing money, average game coin 20x. And now I'm doing the same thing in gaming. So basically, he started talking about crypto gaming. If you guys don't know, he used to have a channel that focused on like financial freedom and building 7-figure businesses and that kind of stuff. And then he actually pivoted to talking about crypto gaming. And essentially, like, he called Sandbox at 0.6, then it went up to, whatever it went up to, $10, $20. And then he essentially like 20x a lot of his holdings and made life-changing money. But interestingly, he says, I'm now doing the same thing again in gaming. So he started to do the same thing again. And he said, since the gaming top, it's clearly not been the time to F around. However, the industry is about 1 to 2 years out, tops IMO probably sooner. It's the craziest part of this tweet, because 1 to 2 years is not a long time. I've said for a while, gaming is years and years and years off until we get AAA games. But Becker, and he'd know more than me because he's actually like involved day to day on making these games. He says we're probably sooner than 1.2 years off like getting these quality games. And he says, I'm leaving hibernation to accumulate, resync with founders, and prepare for a bull run that will make the last one look small. You should too. This time we will actually have coins that stick, games that make it, for better or worse. These will send all game coins and assets parabolic, good and bad. It'll be a messy bubble, but it will be very profitable. But it'll be a very profitable bubble. And when done, good gaming cryptos will be a thing. And I do agree with him. So for me, positioning, 10% of my long-term portfolio in gaming is a smart bet. Diversifying amongst the studios. So, like PYR, EOS, Game Distributor, Gala, some of those safer ones, that's a good bet. And then also having a look at some of the games. You've got big time, you've got Illuvium. Let's actually go through some of the gaming projects now to kind of list off the ones I like. Let's go by ranking of market cap. I'll just go through and tell you which ones I like. And this is obviously just my opinion. There's no right or wrong. And actually, show your gaming comments in the comments right now. I'll look at them. So this is the time. Show your gaming comments. So let's have a look through. Magic. My friend actually, I've seen a few people buying some Magic recently. This might be one to look at. On the gaming side, Ronan the Bridge Veracity's pumped recently. And the thing is, I actually really like VRA. I think it's cool. It's an entertainment streaming platform. And officially monetizing on the blockchain is something we haven't figured out yet. And whoever figures it out, I think they're going to they're going to be at the forefront of an industry that could exhibit some pretty strong gains. And VRA is one of them, but obviously you don't buy spot into this pump. You buy pullbacks. you don't buy spot into this pump, but VRA could definitely be one to add to the trading list. Like if this gets a pullback here, this can go. Let's actually look at the level. look at the level that we're looking at. We got to go to the daily here to get a better idea of where we are. Oh, wow. It did break out significantly. It's kind of crazy. We're approaching resistance now. Key resistance for VRA. In fact, this is crazy. Put this on your watch list on your charts, because the next level... the next level is, if we break here, it could almost go up 80%, because there's not a lot of resistance here. Like, there's nothing here. This was just a rapid descent down. And as we know, like, when you don't have key structure, you can like rapidly ascend up when things go parabolic. So if we do get a big Bitcoin pump, and VRA does break out of this trend, confirms above, then it can go. There's quite a lot on VRA, a lot of steam. So that's one to add to the trading list. And it did break out of a significant downtrend as well. I want to show you this downtrend. Look at that. Broke out of that trend beautifully. Bull flag, resistance. But let's see what happens. Because sometimes, I mean, this could definitely get rejected here and come back down. And then you're kind of looking at things again from the horizontal at 0.0059. That's right. I do have a guest in the comments, in the studio. I'm going to add you in a sec, and we'll talk DeFi. He's got some DeFi alpha for you. But just want to get on with this point first. VRA is definitely one that I'd be looking at. So that's a good one. That's a good setup. But of course, we got to wait for confirmation. It may not break out. It may reject. If it rejects, then you've got your buy level in this zone here. So this is definitely one that I look at, just with gaming being so strong at the moment. Let's actually go into VRA. Let's look what exchange you can trade it on, because some of these coins are not on all the exchanges. You got it on KuCoin. You got it on Crypto.com, Bitfinex, Gate. So it's not on Bybit. So you're going to have to get yourself a Mexi or a KuCoin. Oh, OKX. It's on OKX. OKX is probably my next best favorite. Traded on OKX. So yeah, that's kind of what we got there. Let me see if Bitget has VRA. Doesn't. Bitget, what are you doing? I love Bitget, but doesn't have it. All right. Do I have Bybit tab open? Don't know. All right, I'm going to bring the guests on. You ready to come on? Put thumbs up if you're ready. Okay, cool. All right, we're going to get the guest on. Mr. DeFi, good friend of mine. Happy to have him. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Miles. Thank you very much for having me here. Huh? Can you hear me correct? Just wanted to make sure that the setup is correct.
So I'm laughing because obviously we're good friends in real life.
Give me 1 second, because I think I'm having some problems with the audio. Just 1 second.
That's okay. That's okay. It's funny because the audience is seeing his what's it called, character, because he's not doxed. And I'm kind of scared it's gonna like come off at any moment. I mean, you're gonna be doxed live on the show. I don't know how accurate the Snapchat filters are, but he's not doxed, but he has alpha. He has a lot of alpha. He's here to give you some DeFi alpha. Is this fixed or what's going on? You can text me, and we'll sort it out. He'll join in a sec. He texted me. He's got some pretty good alpha. He's got a few DeFi farms. So one thing we've been doing is getting really into DeFi again recently, because there's just so many great pools at the moment, and I actually found some low caps on Phantom that could perform quite well today, and he also wants to go through and talk about them now. So let me re-add him.
Yeah, I'm good now. I'm sorry, I was having some problems with my headphones. I had to take them off, but now everything is perfect. So thanks a lot for having me here, Miles. It's a pleasure to join you. Like you said, definitely a lot of things happening in the DeFi ecosystem across multiple blockchains. So yeah, I came here to chat a little bit about the project that I'm looking at.
I'm so scared your Snapchat filter is going to come off. Like, because if you put your don't do this. If you put your hand here, then it might like, oh no. If it does, I mean, it okay. Is what it is. It's just a risk. It's just a risk we're going to have to run.
We keep hands in the sides.
Do you have anything on your tabs? Do you have any screens you want to share?
I send you a couple links if you want.
Oh, you want me to open?
Yeah, I mean, you can check out. We can start with maybe DeFi-llama. You can open DeFi-llama. I think it's a good way to start, because that way we can also show people how they can themselves start researching about the new things that are coming up. So if
you take it away.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So basically, if you go to DeFi, guys, whenever you're trying to, let's say you spot a narrative that it's popping in a chain, like for example, GMX in Arbitrum. We know it's something that has been popping for the last couple months, and you want to find out where else we can find this type of projects. So actually, Miles, if you go to the DeFi dashboard, right in the left, you have forks, right? So you can go to forks, and over there, if you click on forks, you're going to be able to go down. There you go, and then you got GMX somewhere there. number 11. Yep. So you can basically
click on it.
Yeah, exactly. You click on, and there you're going to be able to see all of those GMX forks that are popping in different chains, right? So I think this is great. This is what I do all the time. And what I try to look is at two elements. The first one is TVL. Obviously, we're going to go to those ones that are actually capturing the value of the market. And obviously, the higher the TVL, I mean, the risk should be a little bit smaller, even though, guys, all of these are very low TVL projects. So keep that in mind, because there is obviously a risk, right? And then I look at growth. So you can see which of those have been growing the most in the past 30, 14, 7 days. So yeah, one is over there, Miles. I know Phantom is very close to your heart. So Mummy Finance, DMX project, DMX fork, sorry, in the Phantom ecosystem.
That exploding 100% in TVL. And usually price lags TVL, by the way, guys. That's a little bit of alpha. Usually price follows TVL, which is quite interesting. So if you scan DeFi Llama every day and you see something pop one day, look into that project. This is why the forks is really cool. It's good alpha.
Yeah, definitely. Forks is a way to go, and we can do this with GMX. I've been doing it with Solidly, another huge narrative that is playing out in the market, and you have forks popping out in different chains. So really, really cool. And here, GMX, I'm looking, and I've been playing with, I would say, 3 or 4 of these forks. The first one is Mummy Finance, and if you want, we can do a little bit of a deep dive in Mummy Finance so that we can show the audience, the project and basically how it works. And it's pretty cool because, I mean, those of you guys who are actually familiar with the model of GMX, you will see that the dashboard, the user interface is pretty much the same. The menus are pretty much the same. You have a dashboard. So if you want to click on the dashboard, Maj, I think that's the best way to start. It's really fun. My nose was itching. I was about to scratch it, but then this thing is going to go. Anyway, so there you go, man. We have basically a really cool token over here that it's the MLP. So this is your equivalent to GLP. And yeah, even though I consider myself a little bit of a degen, I try to be very careful with my DeFi investments long term. So right now I'm considering the market situation. I'm trying to really generate revenue or generating profit using Bitcoin and Ethereum as much as I can in my DeFi strategies. So I think this is a good example. I think the screen went off, Miles.
It's on purpose. I'm just getting your channel up.
Oh.
But I can get it back. There we go.
Appreciate it. No, that's fine. Yeah, so we have MLP. So look at the dashboard of MLP. This is basically the equivalent to the GLP token. It's down to the right, Miles. GLP. MLP. Oh yeah, the dashboard where you have like the colors. There you go. That's it. So you can see the distribution of the MLP token, right? It's basically a token that you buy. Just for holding it, you're going to be generating. Yeah.
Or is it my headphones?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
I don't know if it's my headphones or not. I think.
Let me check the audio. Hello?
My headphones. One sec. Keep talking.
Okay. It's your headphones. Okay. Anyway, some technical issues. Sorry, guys. So basically, you have the MLP token, which is basically an index. So only by holding the MLP token, which is the equivalent to the GLP token in GMX, you're going to be holding Bitcoin, you're going to be holding Ethereum, you're going to be holding 50% in stable coins, and then 10% on Phantom. So I think it's a pretty decent mix of assets, right? Some of the strongest assets in the market. And then if you like the Phantom ecosystem, you're able to get some exposure to the Phantom token, which I think is great. But what it's even better is that you're actually earning a yield because of holding this token.
I'm seeing some big donations come in. We got someone give us 11 euros, 2 euros, another 11 euros for project reviews. So with Mummy Finance, what's your strategy here? What are you doing personally?
Yeah, you go to the Earn menu, go to Earn. There you go. So if you go down, here you see the different options that you have, right? You could buy their governance token that is MMY, which is paying quite a decent yield. The APR right now it's 66%, which is really good. This would be the equivalent to GMX. And then you go down and you have the MLP token, right? So this is what I was talking about, that index. And think about like an index, right? An index of stock in the stock market. You can buy an index that replicates S&P 500, for example. Well, this is an index with Bitcoin, Ethereum, Phantom, and stablecoins, guys. And you're earning 118% APR just for holding these tokens. So
wow,
I don't think it can get better, right? It cannot get better. It's important to understand, nevertheless, that this APR is paid in two ways. There is real yield, and then there is an element of the project paying us in their native token. So I think right now, Miles, about 30% of the yield they are paying us is real yield. So it's the yield is generated by the fees that users are creating by using Mummy Finance. So that's basically similar to GMX. This is a decentralized exchange. Users can trade, they can leverage themselves, and from those fees, they're going to be paying us for holding their GLP token. So it's pretty cool. We are providing liquidity to the decentralized exchange, and we're getting paid these crazy APRs for holding this really nice basket of tokens. Miles, what are your thoughts?
So you're holding Phantom, you're holding Ethereum, you're holding Bitcoin, you're holding some stable coins. It's creating a basket, so an LP, and then you're earning 118%. My belief is like GMX, you're earning that from the trading revenue generated on the platform, a percentage of it. What are the risks? Can you run us through some of the risks for people wondering like why is it paying so much?
Yeah, absolutely. So hit the button earn, please, Miles, and then I think that's going to help us also to look at the risk. Just go down, please. Yeah. So if you click on the APR, there you go. That APR, you can see that there's two sources, right? So you're earning basically 26% on Phantom, wrapped Phantom. So this is great. This is actually the money that is coming from the trading fees. And then you have that 92% that is paid in their escrowed governance token, MMY. So it's not a risk per se, but the reality is that escrow MMI that it's getting or that they're paying you will be it's going to be vested, right? So it's going to take time to get unlocked. So the profit, you cannot just earn it and sell it. That's just one thing. The cool thing is that 26%, you can actually earn it and you can sell it in the moment. If you want to, exchange it for Bitcoin, if you want to follow a more, let's say, less risky strategy, or if you are a true believer of Phantom, you can hold it, right? And then you're going to increase your exposure to Phantom. Now, when it comes to risks, the reality is that here you're earning an APR based on the results of the traders. Because again, this is like GMX. So the problem is that if traders win, then that APR is going to go down, and it could eventually reach the point where the APR could become negative, Miles. That hasn't happened yet in GMX. We've seen APR falling to 8%. But usually traders don't win, right, Miles, in the long term.
Traders always lose. But the problem is, not always, not because obviously you can win in trading, but on aggregate they lose. So how the traders would win on a fork of GMX or any of the Oracle-based exchanges is typically if we see an exploit. So there is exploitation risk. So that's if someone manages to find an exploit in the Oracle that allows them to profit a lot, and obviously that eats from the pool of the stakers. That's then when you going to start getting that negative APY. I also just saw a thread from someone from Crypto Lim. Someone DM'd this to me. And by the way, keep it up, guys. If you have links, you want to DM me on Twitter, I can look at them and get them up. Someone said I had a concern about Mummy. They said I own money, so I'm fighting my own bags, but there are some worrying things I would like to see cleared up. This was shared in the Discord, but ignored, so posting here to get further details. Seems to be some issues with the liquidation engine. Liquidation stats look unusual. Would appreciate my followers to have a weigh in on this. A few people. Here we go. I told the dev and he fixed it. Addressed how he fixed it in the group. This was days ago. All solved. The RPC was stuck. So, okay. Running a liquidation bot. Both issues being brought up and addressed in both groups. Not ignored. You're just fighting. Interesting. Well, it's always good to look into the doubts. It's always very important when you're researching small caps. This is something you'll see on the show as a continued theme, that we always look into the bull and the bear case, because the problem is, and especially in the bull run, a lot of people, they just look at the bull case all the time, and it's called confirmation bias, because you seek out information that that kind of affirms your thesis, which is often has a bullish bias. Whereas right now what we're doing is we're looking at some of the the negatives. And just one sec before you continue, I saw someone say that this is a paid advert. Nothing in this show is paid. Absolutely nothing. The only paid sponsorships are the ones in the top right corner, which are the exchanges. So we don't take token sponsorships on Crypto Banter. We only take credible exchanges like Bitget and Bitget and things that we believe that can help you. We don't take projects. And we also have an ethics policy which prevents us from selling after within 24 hours after a show. So just wanted to state that right now. This is a degen show, so we are going to cover a lot of small caps. Sometimes I'm going to cover illiquid alts that are maybe 500k market cap. That's the nature of that. That's the nature of the show. I'm always going to be honest with you, and we do have an ethics policy, which means that we can't dump on our followers. Not that I'd want to anyway, but just stating that we do. And if you think we have dumped on you, then we just updated our website to allow you to actually message or email 𝗥𝗢𝗘𝗫 straight from the Crypto Banter website if you have any concerns, if you are concerned about that. But of course, we don't do it on the channel. Just wanted to, clear that up, just to clear up that comment there.
Yeah, no,
but
and I think
this is a degen show, so we're going to talk about alts. That's just the nature of it. That's just what it is. This is crypto. We're here to make money.
Absolutely. And I think it's very important that you mentioned it, Miles. Obviously, I'm not part of any of the projects that I'm going to mention. I myself have my own DeFi channel where I show some of my strategies, but I'm not paid by any of these projects as well.
It's in Espanol, so unfortunately, we do have a lot of Spanish speakers. So if you do speak Spanish, check out Mr. DeFi. In fact, Kanye, Mr. Producer, I don't know if I can say your name here. I assume it's fine, but anyway, could you add Mr. DeFi's links to the description? It's this one here. You just search Mr. DeFi, add him to the description so you guys can give him a follow, or just search up Mr. DeFi. Pretty easy one to remember though.
Yeah, I got an easy to remember name. And yeah, my content right now, it's in Spanish. I actually started with an English channel, Miles, that a long time ago we actually did a couple things there. I think I'm going to start it again.
It's this one.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. That's the English one. But it's been a long time since I haven't published. But I'm going to pick it up again soon and start posting strategies in English. So yeah, like we mentioned, guys, all the projects we're going to talk about now are very high risks. I mean, TVL is very low. But if you were listening to my strategy itself, I am myself not buying the token of the project, right? I'm not buying MMY. I'm actually investing in Phantom, Ethereum, Bitcoin, and stable coins that it's earning a yield for me, right? Because I think even though they have a lot of potential, the native tokens of these projects are more risky, and my strategies are a little bit more conservative, let's say.
So you wouldn't be buying the mummy token. You would just invest in this pool, correct?
Yeah, if you look at the APR, I mean, you're getting 69% APR by buying the MMY token, but by buying MLP token, which is the one that has like this index of tokens, you're earning more than 100%, right? So for me, I'm earning a higher yield by investing in some of the tokens that I am accumulating personally for the long term. So yes.
Okay. So what else are you looking at? Give us some alpha. What else are you?
Well, let's continue very quickly on the same narrative of the GMX4 for the guys that are playing with different blockchains. So we have the Phantom blockchain, we have Mummy Finance, but we have the same throughout Polygon with MetaVault. So the second project you can see over there, it's
Perp DEXs are hot, by the way. Like this narrative is strong, and it's still strong. I mean, let's just look at a few of the obviously GMX, I think, just went into price discovery gains. I called that at $1. That hit an all-time high of $7. So like we creamed it on that. Yeah, GMX. So we've done so well off this. And there continues to be rotations in this space. It's just $7. I mean, guys, I called this at $1 on the show, and on my Twitter at $1.20. Nuts. 7x. Ching ching, free money.
Incredible. Yeah.
Look at that.
So
MVX.
For me, the rationale of looking at all of these projects is because, for example, we know Binance chain is still a strong chain, right? It has a lot of users, is the entry point for DeFi. A lot of the users that are starting to work or try DeFi out, they usually do it with MetaVault. With Binance, and therefore MetaVault would be the decentralized exchange right now that is growing the fastest in Binance. In Polygon. Then you have Eldorado in Polygon. Yeah. But you have you mentioned, I was mentioning Binance.
Eldorado on Binance.
There you go. Yeah, that's the one on Binance. Sorry, I was confusing it. And the reality is that you're looking at a project that has less than 2 million in TVL, right? So it's really, 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 really small.
I was just saying we'll look at this. Someone said we'd look into 𝗕𝗓𝗧𝗚. We'll get into that. We'll get into that later. That's a gem we'll get into. So 𝗕𝗓𝗘𝗫, tell us a little bit about this
just take
one.
a look
What
at
do you
it.
think?
Let's open 𝗕𝗓𝗘𝗫. This is another one that I personally decided to invest. That's Level Finance. No, 𝗕𝗓𝗘𝗫. Yeah, that one is. Yeah, that's it. Actually, for those one who speak Spanish, El Dorado means the golden, right? The golden one. Or so. Yeah, it has all this nice idea behind the concept, right? But again, it's a GMX fork. So we have also these index tokens in which we are buying a basket of assets. So if you scroll a little bit down, you can see the different ones that you can buy. And it's very interesting because these guys actually created two different baskets of assets, right? So we have the first one that it's ELP1. So you can scroll a little bit up. ELP1, there you go. So ELP1 is our number one basket here in El Dorado right now. It has BNB, Ethereum, Bitcoin, and Binance USD. So it's similar concept to the MLP index that we saw before, but now we are splitting our bag in 30% Binance token, BNB. I think right now it's what, 11% Ethereum in the wave. Yeah, I think it's around 11%.
Yep, 11%.
There you go. About 10% Bitcoin and 50% in stable coins. Now, the reality is that you can see in the left, you have the wave, and then in the right, you have another number, right? So that's the target wave that they want. So they want actually, right now, there's BNB at 30%. They want to push it down to 25. And then you're going to have 15% Bitcoin. Yeah, the numbers were a little bit small. So ideally, when these levels, right, whenever you hold this token, you're going to earn 25% BNB, 10% Ethereum, and 15% Bitcoin, and the 50% is going to be BUSD. But the cool thing here is if you go to the earn menu, or you can actually see it there, Miles. You can see APR is 258%.
Wow. And then they've got another one at 420. Oh my god, I would never hold this though. XRP Cardano. No. We'll get into that soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty degen, right? But again, for people who has conviction on these tokens, or if you think that in the short term they can have a good run, maybe you could enter here. You can hold them for a while. You're earning your 421% APR, and then you sell them whenever you think that they've already increased.
How are they generating this APR? Is the APR being generated purely from fees, or are they topping this up with their own token as well?
Let's go to the earn.
Earn section. Is there an earn? Oh yeah.
There you go. Yeah. So here's where they explain the breakdown. So that's their own token. ETH. If you go down, stake ELP. There you go. So there you should have the breakdown of the APR.
Oh yeah, ELP1, ELP2, ELP3. So the half and half. Wow, half trading fees. That's crazy.
Yeah, 124% they're paying it, and it's really interesting because this project has done something very different to GMX and the other forks of GMX, and it's the fact that they're paying you the trading fees in EUSD. So they have their own stablecoin called EUSD. They pay you that token, and you can exchange it immediately. That's basically how these guys are doing it. To be honest, this is a project that I only discovered a couple of days ago. I'm going through it, and I'm starting to test it. So again,
what's your strategy? Because I'm seeing a few comments of people saying like, yeah, we learned our lesson from Luna, like DeFi, it's not sustainable, all this stuff. What do you think? Like, what's your strategy for entering? Like, what kind of percentages do you allocate? Like, how do you know whether like you get into a pool? Obviously, like there's risks, and we learned that last year. How do you approach it?
Absolutely. And look, here I was one of the first ones who felt it directly, right? Myself, I had some bad investments in Luna, so I was affected directly, and therefore I've changed my strategy, my DeFi strategy. I've tried to focus more on what type of APRs can I earn with tokens like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and so on and so forth, right? So that's my first shift. I'm trying to avoid putting liquidity in tokens that are not as solid as top 10, top 20 coins. So that's the first thing that I'm changing. But then my investments in DeFi are a very low percentage of my total portfolio, guys. So this is the key, I think, Miles. In these type of projects, maybe I'm putting 0.05% of my total portfolio of crypto investments. I'm holding the majority of my bags in my hard wallet, first of all, right? And even though I'm not generating a big APR, I don't want to get blinded by big APRs. I think a lot of people were getting blinded by these huge APRs.
Yeah.
They were investing without even asking where is the APR coming from. And I really like that I see some comments coming from your audience asking, hey, where's the APR coming from? Because I think that's critical. And what I like about these GMX forks is that basically they explain that it comes from trading fees, right? So this is a real yield. People are using these projects in order to exchange their tokens. There is a fee that is paid into the project, and they are basically providing those fees or paying those fees to the holder of the token. So it's more of a real yield narrative. Obviously, they are incentivizing a little bit with their own tokens, but you need to do a research to understand that. But I really like the fact that your audience is thinking about the sustainability long term of these projects, which is amazing.
You know, it's firstly, some people saying he's hiding behind the mask. He's not doxed. And it might. I'm scared it's gonna come off at some point and it's gonna dox you. But we're good friends in real life. Me and Mr. DeFi have met multiple times. We're good friends. We even FaceTime before this, so I know his face. I know his identity. I know who he is. So it's I've vetted this guy, guys. Don't worry, he's not some random shiller. We're good friends. So don't worry too much about the mask. Maybe one day you'll
absolutely, and it has nothing to do with my Web3 involvement, right? I think it's a character that I created as part of my show. But yeah, absolutely.
By the way, there's a link in the description to follow him. So what I'm going to do now is just quickly we'll answer the super chats, then we'll get into the last couple of the projects that you mentioned. I do just want to not reward, but at least look at the super chats because they paid money. Phantom Starter. Let's research this together. Phantom Starter. Do you know anything about it? I know a little bit. I know a little bit, but you guys are going to see my live research process here. So Phantom Starter, obviously Phantom's hot right now. What is it? Is it a launch pad? I think it's a launch pad. Let's check it out. Phantom Starter. Okay, what do we think of this? Get early access to the groundbreaking projects of tomorrow with the ability to invest in the hottest IDOs. It's like a launch pad. IDO projects, Phantom Starter FS. Let's see how the token's gone. Oh my god, it's gone parabolic. What's the market cap? 500k. What opportunities do they have? Let's look at their white paper. Always got to look at their white paper.
This is really cool initiative. The fact that you're getting inputs from people telling you to check projects. I really like this.
This is the style of the show. We're just researching together. We're, taking community suggestions. We're just, having a chat, hanging out. It's just what I do on a normal Sunday. But instead of me doing it by myself, I just decided to, why not stream it and join you guys. So let's actually look at what is this? Priority access. So it's basically a launch pad. Why Phantom Chain? We evaluate and advise startups. And I'm going to be honest with these projects, just because you guys paid for super chats. I'm still going to be honest and give you my honest impression on every single one of them. Liquidity mining. I'm doing a very quick overview here. Usually go before I invest in anything, go a lot deeper. So ideally talk to the team, DM people, look in the Discord. I go really deep, but I'm kind of going to give you a brief one here, just for the sake of time. For me,
who's the team?
I don't know anyone. For me, this doesn't look great, just because it's not a niche that really stands out. So whenever I kind of invest in crypto, I kind of think about the needs and the niches behind why does this exist? Because you want to be investing in projects that have a gap in the market or are filling a market need. That's just supply and demand, economics, right? For me, I'm not sure how many firstly, launch pads haven't worked that well historically. And although technically this is not really a launch pad, kind of is. It's like an IDO offering platform. Launch pads perform really poorly, guys. Every cycle. The base token often performs better than the launch pad. Sometimes you hit 100x's on them because they're just explosive. Sometimes if I remember Super Farm had a couple huge ones. 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫 as well. 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫 had some massive ones, and obviously it exploded off the back of that. But this could be okay, but I mean, I'm not blown away, and I can usually tell pretty quickly whether I like a project or I don't like a project. And then again, it has a lot of followers, but they can buy followers. They have 70k.
What is interaction?
I'm trying to look 5. It's not great. It's not great. 3k, 2, that's not a great ratio. But of course, I don't want to judge anything too quickly. Let Let me see if they've DM'd me. Hold on. Let me just get off just in case. Oh, they have DM'd me. They said, "Hey friend, we know you're in the Phantom ecosystem. We'd like you to collaborate. If you're interested, let's set up a call." They sent that to me 2 weeks ago. Look, maybe I need to research more. I don't want to be too harsh because I just don't know about it. Someone said 𝗕𝗓𝗘𝗫 token. You heard of this?
Well, these two are new for me, 100%. So interested to see what it is.
What
Lunatic
is this thing? It doesn't even come up with CoinGecko. Oh, hold on. 𝗕𝗓𝗘𝗫 token. It doesn't even come up on CoinGecko. Stuff 𝗕𝗬𝗘𝗫. Sorry, not interested. I don't like 𝗕𝗬𝗘𝗫. I don't like Luna. I'm off it. Learnt my lesson there. DeFi protocol. You guys are giving us some serious degen stuff here. Like,
serious. I was a little bit worried about bringing Mummy Finance, but I'm thinking I went too safe, huh?
Everyone's like, scams are coming back. See, when projects have like a line like this on their website, like every decentralized network can now maximize reward distributions based on their demand, creating limitless applications that support reduced inflation and user growth. It's like, can you tell us what you do without like using Grammarly to do all your synonyms for you? Like, can we, like, actually, like, can you tell us what you are? Like, these projects, they use word salad to make themselves sound professional. It's like, we don't need word salad. We need explanations. Like, you look at this website and you wouldn't have a clue what this project does.
It's a super stake and a multiverse and a network 2.0. Like, for me, it's really complex to understand what is it.
And it's making me connect my MetaMask straight away, which I'm not going to do. Guys, don't just connect to random protocols. I'm seeing a few people message me. DeFi in super staking to create D tokens. So I need to look through the team. Let's look at the token. Create D tokens using DeFi to distribute rewards that favor long-term engaged users. Where are the rewards generated from? Transaction fees from D tokens help maximize rewards for economy. Staking DeFi to speculate on multiple networks predictions into a special staking model. Okay, so it's like you mint tokens, you get staking rewards. Where do you get these rewards from? Bullish. A few people are bullish. Someone written a thread. I'd like an explanation. I'd like a prop because like their website's got nothing. DeFi. One buys DeFi, low price, stakes it through price increase, ideal scenario. Stake it, downturns, like everybody staking multiple. So this is just a shiller. Reward economy synthetic rewards that are pegged to network demand should be well explained to the crypto and DeFi community. I'm going along under. I mean, to me, there's just not a whole. Let me look through the medium though, because I need a proper explanation. I only half understand this, and I've only looked at it for a minute. But this is like you guys are seeing my live research process. This is what I do when I research a new project. Go through the medium, go through the white paper. It's a bit boring, so I don't want to spend too long. But just to give you like an idea on what this is.
Yeah,
that's what we're doing on the show.
This type of research takes days, right, Miles? That's the point. Like right now we're going very fast, but it takes days to really understand.
Goals to make a real impact on blockchain. It's so broad. All of their so they have LPs, obviously. The protocol has a token, enables incentives for LPs. I understand that completely. They want to gamify staking by rankings. Leaderboard can rank, win IDOs of the most attractive exclusive projects with the top launch pads in the space. Okay, so they incentivize through their connections. They stake for NFT projects in GameFi, release more staking projects specifically to NFT projects. One guy just asked me to check my Twitter DM. I'm checking as I go. Exchange listings and integrations. Yeah, look, you need to research something like this in its own right because there's a lot to go through, but I kind of get it. It's just, once again, doesn't appeal to me. It's just, I don't know, you just get a vibe quickly, whether you like a project or not.
I agree.
And it just doesn't tick that box. Usually it just needs to click quick or it doesn't. And this is something that I need, like a much deeper look at. Doesn't really click straight away.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's your next gem you want to share?
No, I think it actually relates to what you're saying right now. We're seeing a lot of different projects over here, and I think we're at a moment in which you need to be very careful with where you put your money, right? I think in the past, in previous bull runs, we saw that every project we invested in, it automatically exploded, right? It didn't matter where you put your money, you were gonna actually win. But I think the next bull run will be different, where there's gonna be so many projects out there that it's gonna be harder. So we're gonna have to choose wiser where we invest our money. So that's
part of
my thesis.
Important update. We are actually breaking down. So I did say, if we don't hold, if we confirm below here, we're going to break through. So that short-term bounce ended up being a break, which was a scenario. That's why I wasn't that confident on this long. Obviously, that means that was our stop. That's okay. It's 4%, not really too fast. But this is now probably going to have to pull back for me to short. So if I'm shorting, I'm going to need a pullback here and then a retest. But I'm not just going to short a break. I'm not going to short a break a trend without confirmation. But a lot of alts are bleeding, which is good because, as I said at the start of the show, we're looking at opportunities now to buy on pullbacks for Ethereum. This is the next level. This mid range, a bounce at 1604, super strong level. Not just now, but historically.
Where do you have the resistance?
I have 1604 as my support.
Yeah.
I have resistance at I think 1670. We can see this level is super key for Ethereum, and that's I think where we potentially get a bounce. Do you see things similar? I mean, obviously we've got a lower range as well. What are you seeing?
Yeah, no, I think I had something very similar. To be honest, I was staying a little bit away in the last couple of days because I think it could go sideways. But I thought it was gonna break down, right? I thought it was gonna go down, and it actually went down. So I think it's playing like we were expecting. Absolutely.
I just have I just got sent a message from one of my researchers, and they sent me this. They said, look, altcoins are bleeding, but look at what's still up. And do you see a trend here? Because I do. Can you spot it?
Well, the fact that I don't know half of the projects.
AI projects. So the narrative right now, which is the only narrative that's up right now is AI. So Fetch is an AI marketplace. Ocean's also an AI kind of it's kind of like a marketplace, simplest way to describe it. We've also got 𝗥𝗢𝗓𝗫 as well, SingularityNet, they're kind of like an AI network. Ali, which is an NFT AI platform, GRT, which is an indexing protocol, all up. And because, guys, the strongest narratives in crypto, they have relative strength. So that's kind of what I said in my video the other day. I said I uploaded on my channel, I said, look for narratives with relative strength. There's three. There's the LSD, liquid staking derivatives, AI narrative, and ZK narrative. These are the ones to look out for. And what do you know? The AI coins are the ones that are holding up. I have a video on my top 5 AI coins.
Get the fuck out of bed, bitch, go. Get up, and get the guy go. Gotta wake up. Time to wake up, bitch. Get up. Get up. Get up.
Okay, I think Miles got some problems with his connection, so we're gonna wait here until he comes back. Let's see if there's any question over there. Yeah, I don't think he got rogged, no. Yeah, he just told me he needs to buy new batteries for his mouse. Yeah, I was telling Miles actually before, he was asking about AI, and I was telling him like AI is great, but AI is good only if there is really a use case, because there's a lot of these projects that they are right now talking about AI, and they're just putting the word AI, but the reality is we need to understand how they're using AI. So I think that's super important, guys. Not just because a project says AI, you just need to quickly invest in it. You really need to do a research, a proper research, and understand how they're using AI, if they're really solving a need. So super important, guys. Definitely is the narrative, but be careful where you invest your tokens. Yep. So if mouse is not working, the video freeze. Yeah, probably. So definitely AI, good narrative. Then a lot of people is asking about Equalizer. So Equalizer, I really like it. For those of you who don't know it, it's a fork. It's a fork of so you get Equalizer, and then also let's see if I can share my screen as well over here, because it's all forks of Solidly. And in the same way that we did in order to research forks for GMX, you can do the same. So let's see if I can present over here. Just 1 second, folks. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able here. I think Miles needs to come back for me to be able to share the screen. But anyway, you can actually go to 𝗕𝗓𝗫𝗓, guys. In the left side, you're going to have DeFi. You're going to have forks. And in the forks section, you can look at Solidly. It's number 3 right now. And out of all of the Solidly forks, we have 3 that are performing very well. The first one is Velodrome. The second one is Thina. And the third one is Equalizer. So a lot of people was asking about Equalizer. Equalizer, it's in the Phantom ecosystem. Might have to exit his Oh my God. Anyway, anyone else having problems buying MLP? That's on Mommy Finance. I bought yesterday or the day before and I didn't have any problem, but I don't know what might be the problem. So yeah, let me see. I'm going to try to share my screen because I should be able to do it. I don't know if we have someone from the team, from the technical team, that can tell me how to do it. I'll definitely try. Okay. Let's go for share screen if I can. Share screen. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, I think I'm going to be able to share, guys. And I don't know where's Miles. I think he's fixing some problem with his connectivity, but I think we're going to stay here for a while. So yeah, we go 𝗕𝗓𝗫𝗓, guys. So like I mentioned before, and this is a very cool thing that I do, and this is how I do research actually of DeFi projects, like I mentioned, for the ones that just joined. So you click here on the left on DeFi. And again, we are spotting trends, right? So lately, GMX was a huge trend. So if you want to check out what are the forks that are appearing in the different chains, you can check all the GMX forks in the different chains. So we have Phantom, Polygon, we have Binance, we have Arbitrum. Like there's a lot of forks popping out here and there. So the other one that we were talking about was forks of Solidly. So we got it over here. Right now we have 3. We have Velodrome in Optimism, really, really, really strong. You can see in the last month, this project grew 101%. And we're talking about a project that has 156 million in TVL. So quite a big project, guys. We're talking about here 2 projects, 2 forks of Solidly that have more than 100 million. And the one that I wanted to check today, I know a lot of you guys wanted to talk about 𝗕𝗓𝗧𝗓. Let's wait for Miles to join because I know he wanted to speak about 𝗕𝗓𝗧𝗓. He has been following this this project for longer. But I've personally been checking out 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗓. And I mean, like Miles mentioned before, guys, this is not paid sponsor, not at all. I'm just showing you the projects that I am researching myself. So bear that in mind. And we have 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗓 over here, 123 million. We can see how, growth has been absolutely insane. We're talking about back in the 10th of January, they had 3.27 million in TBL. And right now they have 123 million. So it's huge growth. We are talking about that decentralized exchange, and it's a fork from Solidly. So we can check the website over here. There we go. Let's see what people is saying on the chat very quickly. Check out the central web. Okay, yeah, I don't know where Miles is, but anyway, I'll continue here for a while until he comes back. So let me stop sharing this screen. I'm gonna share with you 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗓. I'm gonna show you 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗓. So share screen over here. Sorry guys, first time I'm streaming here, so I'm just getting used with the system. There we go, share. This is 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗓. So like we mentioned, it's a fork of Solidly. For those of you guys who want to check it out, well, this is the website. You can basically swap. So you can do swap like any other decentralized exchange where you can change your coins. Like we mentioned, this is a project that lives in the Binance ecosystem. It has grown. It's crazy, the amount of growth that it had. Let me check. Because I think in the last month, it grew 4,000%. And still in the last 7 days, it grew 11%, which is quite decent considering that we're in a bear market. So a lot of volume is moving into this exchange. But what I really like is this element around liquidity, because this basically works like Solidly. So by holding the 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗓 token and by locking your 𝗕𝗬𝗕 tokens, then you can bribe some of these pools in order to increase the APR that each of these pools pay. So it's pretty interesting. You can check it out. I think the bribe concept works quite well, or it has worked quite well. So for me, it's pretty interesting to see how this is gonna perform. And we're seeing very decent APR, guys. So let's look at the APRs. Of course, there's a lot of weird tokens. Like I would be very careful and stay away from any token that you don't know, just because it's paying a big APR. I would never ape in. Like I mentioned before, I try to be very, very wise and be careful with the type of investments that I do. And I am only investing in blue chips. I'm investing in strong tokens. But you can find very decent pools right now. You have this one with USDC and BNB paying almost a 36% APR. So it's almost 40% APR, which is quite nice for holding BNB, for those of you who have conviction in the Binance ecosystem and you're pairing it with a stable coin. So if at some point the market corrects, you're somehow reducing your loss by having a liquidity pool with both of these tokens. You have also very, very cool pool that came out lately, that it's the Ethereum with Frax Ethereum pool, which basically you are pairing 2 Ethereum tokens and you're getting paid at 22%. So if Frax Ethereum is able to hold the same peg to the Ethereum price, then you would not have impermanent loss. So this could be a very interesting option if we want to hold Ethereum in the long term. And yeah, I mean, yesterday, I think, or the day before, the total staked value was around 700K. And in a couple of days, it has already gone up to 2 million. So very interesting narrative as well with the whole Frax and all of these liquid tokens. So I think I'm going to check this out. It looks very, very interesting. I was investing in this one over here, My with BUSD. So basically, you have a pool of stable coins, 2 stable coins, and you're earning 21%. So yeah, I think you guys should check it out. It's pretty interesting. Again, there's always a risk, guys. Like mentioned before, like this is not paid at all. We're just showing the projects that are out there. This is a fork of Solidly, so you can take a look at it. I'm going to stop sharing for a moment to see if there is any question.
One sec. So just to
okay,
update
I think we got Miles. There you go.
Well, I'm not actually back. I'm hotspotting. It's very unreliable. But what happened is, for some reason, my Wi-Fi just cut out. It never cuts out, but it's experiencing some issues. So I'll be on here for a little bit. But my phone hotspot isn't great. So just like keep sharing some gems. I'll be on here for the next couple hours anyway, guys.
Yeah.
Keep sharing some gems. I'll for like 5-10 minutes. Then hopefully I can fix my Wi-Fi. I'm just restarting the network. It's kind of a pain, but this is what happens sometimes when you stream live.
No, that is fine. I was having some problems
So,
also with the connectivity. I don't know why.
it's being really annoying.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah,
restart.
yeah.
I'm gonna restart.
There's people saying exploited because they're looking.
But I think
at
maybe
DeFi
answer some
nonsense.
questions. And have a look into some.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. I think there's some comments saying, yeah, exploited because looking at DeFi nonsense. I mean, look, guys, obviously there's a risk, and DeFi is very risky. We all have the experience of what happened with Luna, so you got to be very careful when you invest in any of these projects. Again, there's no financial advice at all here. It's just we like to stay up to speed with whatever is happening in the DeFi ecosystem, and therefore we are constantly doing research. We are doing small investments. You need to manage your risk very well. So like I said before, I mean, these projects, they are not even 1% of my total investment in crypto. So again, you guys gotta do your own research and be very careful wherever you put your bucks. So Equalizer team are also Aussies. I didn't know that they're Aussies. Oh, that's cool. Do equal Thina is cool, but equal has key improvements in solidly designed. Steven is saying, yeah, okay, let's do it. I'm gonna open equal in a moment. I wanted to show you Thina, guys, because again, we're talking about solidly forks, so they are popping in different ecosystems. You have Velodrome in Optimism, you have Equalizer in Phantom, which is great, and then you have Thina in BNB. And we need to take into consideration that a lot of the people that are starting to use DeFi, they start always in Binance. So that's why I decided to start checking that out first. But definitely, let's look at Equalizer. No rebase in Equalizer, which benefits all the new buyers regardless. Yeah, that makes sense, Steven. That's a good point. Like I said before, I want to be completely transparent to you guys. I haven't done a deep research of Equalizer, which is a pity. Because if you look at the token of Equalizer, it actually grew a lot in the last couple of weeks. So actually, I lost the opportunity to invest there. I was speaking about that with Miles this morning. But yeah, I mean, let's check out some of these tokens. What about Chainlink? I have to check that out. Which Bull Martinez? What about Chainlink? Can you tell me what blockchain is that project in? I mean, in the meantime, let me start opening the tokens of these projects so that you can check it out. And there was one more thing that I wanted to show you in the Thina project, because they have implemented something related to an NFT, which I thought it was a kind of a cool thing, although I'm not a lot into NFTs. So let me just check the Equalizer token. I'm going to start sharing my screen, guys. Wow, it corrected a lot. Yeah, I mean, it had grown a lot as well. So let's present. Slides. No, not slides, guys. Sure. Okay, there you go. So, okay. Here we go, guys. I hope that you're seeing the right screen. Yeah, I think you're seeing the right one. Okay, so we got Equalizer. So this is the token of the project that a lot of you guys were talking about. It corrected 26% in the last 24 hours, which is huge. But we got to take into consideration, you always need to zoom out, guys, when you're looking at any of these projects, because look, yeah, it corrected a lot in the last 24 hours. But 2 weeks ago, the price was $2. And we hit $15. So whoever entered here, you guys did a 7x, 10x. I think it's healthy to have some type of correction always. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't ape in. That's my personal point of view. I would wait a little bit to see how the market responds in the next 2-3 weeks, because obviously all of these projects will also be affected by any change in the market. But that's why I like DeFi a lot, because instead of betting on the change of the price of the equal token, instead of holding the equal token and having all the risk in the fact that this token can at any point correct, I prefer to earn yields from. Sorry, I'm gonna have to switch to the Phantom mainnet. Yeah, so what I was saying is that instead of taking the risk of holding their native tokens, which obviously you can do it, and that's where you're going to earn the biggest rewards. I mean, you have a lot of very decent opportunities over here as well to earn good APRs, right? So let's check the APRs over here. So this is Equalizer, guys. You were asking about it. You wanted to cover it. So very quickly, it's a decentralized exchange. So basically, you can swap any token that is available in the Phantom ecosystem. You can buy Stargate if you like it. You can buy Phantom, whatever you want to do. Then you have your pools. So basically, again, like we said, this is a solidly fork where we have different pools where we can stake our tokens. We can provide liquidity. So again, a lot of projects that I would personally be very careful to invest, even though the APRs are very, very big. But I think there was a very cool one with Ethereum. Yeah, this one over here. This is the one that I was investing in over here. So basically, you have a volatile pool. Even though it says volatile, it doesn't mean that it's different to any pool that we have in any other DeFi project. It basically means that we are pairing a stable coin with a token like Ethereum, that it's per se volatile, but that's all, guys. It's paying almost 30%. So for me, this is super cool because you're basically holding you're holding a blue chip. You're holding a blue chip that I personally will hold long term, and then I'm pairing it with a stable coin, and I'm being able to earn 30%. And the good thing about this is that if the market corrects, then because of the rebalancing of the liquidity pool, I'm not going to be losing so much like if I would be holding only Ethereum. Obviously, if the price goes up, also I'm not going to be earning as much as I could earn if I hold only Ethereum because of the impermanent loss. But still, this 30% to me right now that we are not in a bull market is definitely worth enough. So this is Equalizer. I'm going to check what you guys are saying in the chat. Okay, a lot of comments. Charles Fuchs says, man, where are we talking about trash again? Well, guys, as I said, different projects. Obviously, you guys don't need to invest on any of these. We are showing some projects that are popping out. Equalizer has about 38 million. So it's quite a big project. They're growing quite fast. Like Miles mentioned before, there's no sponsorship at all in any of these projects. We're just showing projects that we're personally researching. Equal will drop hard after Solid goes to Phantom again this month. Well, there's definitely that risk, absolutely. And that's why I said that I personally don't hold any of these tokens from the exchanges themselves. What I'm doing is I'm doing a compound interest strategy long term, where I am holding Ethereum with stable coins. I am investing them to generate APRs, and then I'm not exposed to the potential drop of the token Equal. So, Engineer, I see your comment where you're saying that it can drop. Of course, there is always the risk, but if you use the project only for DeFi, then you will be removing that risk. Obviously, there is the risk of an exploit or whatever. You know, guys, there is definitely always those risks in the crypto ecosystem. So be very careful where you make your investments, and take into consideration that it is at risk and you could lose it. So be very careful wherever you put your money. Let's see what else people is saying over here. Yeah, Tony Carr, you mentioned check T-Flow on Binance Chain. T-Flow on Binance Chain. Let me see if I can take a look at it. Just 1 second. T-Flow. Okay, so share screen. There we go. So you said it's in Binance Chain. So let's go to Binance Chain. T-Flow. T-Flow. Well, we cannot find it in DeFi Llama. DeFi Llama is not there. Where can you find it? let's check it out. T-Flow. I had never heard about it, to be honest. If you can let me know where I can find it, I will take a look at it and definitely speak about it. Okay, so let's do something. Yeah, Steven Adams, everything can drop, so be very careful. I mean, you saw that correction of 30% in Equal, and I had a lot of friends who actually were looking at Equal, and they were telling me the last day, hey, are you not going to buy Equal? And I'm like, I'm not buying a token that actually went up by 100 and 200% in the last week. Like, you're just buying the top, which to me just doesn't make sense. So my strategy, I think it's way more conservative. I don't like to invest in things that are already at its top. So let me just very quickly, I wanted to share you something with you guys, which I think it's pretty interesting. Let me see where it is over here, because it's about Tina, and Tina is very interesting because they have their own NFT, which I was looking at it and I thought it was interesting, and it has some cool utilities. So that was pretty cool. So Tina over here, yeah, like I said, solidly forked from Binance. So apart from having some interesting APRs over here, for example, you have USDC with Phantom 90%, which is interesting if you like Phantom in the long term. But over here, they had their own NFTs that you can buy in OpenSea. We can look. And basically, it's a utility NFT. So you're buying the NFT, you can stake the NFT, and then you're going to be able to earn a passive income. So you're going to be able to earn a 32%. And then based on your NFT, you can also start voting and bribing, right? So again, this is solidly forked. You can do bribes, you can vote if you're holding their native token, or if you stake basically their native token, which is Tina, and then you're going to be bribing in order to increase the APRs of these different pools. So it works similar to those of you who use Beats in the past. It's a very similar system. And then they have the Athenian NFT that, wow, I cannot believe it. It's already 4 BNB, Jesus Christ. So yeah, yesterday I was looking at it and it was at 3.4. And like 3 days ago, it was at 2.8. So it definitely has gone up quite a lot. I would not enter now because it basically did a 2x in just 1 week. So I think it's very dangerous to buy it now. Again, it can obviously go to the moon, but I wouldn't buy it right now. But basically, that's the idea. You buy the NFT. It's a solidly fork. You stake it. You earn an APR, and then you can also participate in bribing the pools that you're investing your money in. We have these 2 pools over here with stablecoin and their native token, paying 169%. So again, a lot of risk, guys. They are very high risk pools, so be very careful. If you want to be a little bit more conservative, you have, for example, this pool over here, which is USDT with the BUSD, so stable coins at 10%. Obviously, stable coins, we know there's always a risk. We all experience it in the Luna ecosystem with UST. So I would be also very careful. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys this Thina project, which I thought it was interesting. And then, yeah, you have Equalizer, the solidly fork. And over here, yeah, I think there was Ethereum was a very cool option that I saw. You can invest Ethereum with USDC, which had or was paying quite a decent yield. Let's see with Phantom, what do we have over here in terms of APR? So if you guys are holding Phantom, let's take a look at it here. Okay, so this one over here, you have USDT with Phantom, with wrapped Phantom, paying 77%, which is it's quite decent. And then there's another cool thing that you guys can do if you really like, if you're into DeFi, and it's using Beefy Finance. So with Beefy Finance, what we can do, this is probably you guys already know it, but it's a yield aggregator. So what it does is that it sells all the rewards that we generate in projects like Equalizer or Thina. Like these projects are usually paying us the rewards in their native token, the token Equa or the token Thina. And we basically, if we deposit our liquidity in Beefy instead, it's going to do the compound interest. So it's going to sell all the profits that we made in their native token, and then they're going to be reinvested into these pools. So basically, APY, it's obviously already calculated there. So look at this one, for example, FUSDT Phantom liquidity provider, and you're earning about a 90%, or sorry, 98%, almost 100% APY, versus over here that we are earning 77%. And this is just because we're doing compound interest. So all the benefits that we are making from Equalizer, we are reinvesting them into the same pool. I was just checking over here that the TVL, it's actually very, very low. So that's why the APY is so high. So this is something, the type of things you guys need to look at, right? Because even though the APY is very attractive, in the moment that someone puts 20K here, this APY is going to drop massively. So that's why DeFi is so dangerous, guys, because you need to do your own research and you need to really check where you're putting your dollars, because otherwise you can be at risk of losing your cash. But BFI is definitely a great option. Look, this one is much better. So for example, we have DAI with FTM. So here we have almost 200,000 in TVL. So we are earning almost 100%, but then the dilution of the APY is going to be lower, even though we put our funds here. So you can invest 10K and APY is going to hold. And we're earning quite a decent APY. So just showing some options out there. I'm going to go back to the chat because I'm just rambling here. All good, bro. Never buy the top. Definitely never buy the top. That's super important. Matt Benson is T-Flow. It's trade flow. Okay, I'm going to look at it. Interesting. Trip on Phantom. I don't know Trip. I'm going to check it out. Okay, Miles is saying he's going to be back in 15 minutes. Planned maintenance in Melbourne. Very annoying. Okay, that's good. Share the Bitcoin chart, Mr. DeFi. They say, okay, I'm going to share the Bitcoin chart right now just to see what's going on around there. Just 1 second. Let's go to TradingView. See what's going on right now. Wow. Okay. So yeah, I know why they wanted me to share it. We are dropping, guys. Let's check it out. And you're gonna excuse me because I don't have my chart with trend lines, but doesn't matter. We can do it on the fly. Bitcoin chart. I think you can see it right now, guys. Correct? Can you see the chart? Yeah, I think you can see the chart. Perfect. There you go, guys. So what's going on with Bitcoin? Let's check it out. Wow. Okay, so let's get here into the 1 hour chart. Wow. Okay, so we basically broke down over here. We got a big volume in this area over here. So we basically bounced around the 23K. That was quite a nice bounce, to be honest, over here. But then we got rejected again back here. Let me just draft it over here. There we go. You can see, guys, like I didn't have this prepared at all. So you gotta mind with me. Okay, so we got here. So we're gonna have to check how this plays out, right? Because as we can see, there's definitely a downtrend over here that we've been seeing since this huge up. You know, we went up from, what was it? I think it was 23K. We almost, yeah, we went above 24K, but obviously there was rejection in this point, big rejection over here. We would have to zoom out because probably there were a lot of key resistance levels over here. We went down. It's been a trajectory all the way down. I was hoping that we could break over here. Let's check the 15-minute chart over here. Yeah, I think we got rejected over here again. A lot of resistance here, a lot of volume. And then we just broke, massive candle down. This was a big one. How much did we drop over here? So we went down, yeah, 2% in one candle. That's crazy. And like we see here, we're trying to recover. Let's see how this plays out. I'm gonna be looking at the chart very closely in the next couple hours just to see what happens. But yeah, definitely we are here in this down one trajectory. As you can see, we're doing lower lows and lower highs, which is not very very cool. And that's the reason why here we had this massive drop. I really like the fact that we have, this strong support over here, and then we were able to bounce back. But yeah, I don't know in the next couple of days what's going to happen. A lot of volatility, guys, and that's why I'm saying, like, I personally, I'm not trading right now myself because that's not my specialty. I'm way more focused on DeFi. And therefore, what I'm doing is I'm holding some of my bags and I'm putting them into DeFi ecosystem. But obviously, if you guys are good trading, there is a lot of opportunities with all of this volatility in the market. You can play with the volatility, and obviously, there's some good profits to make. Oh, look, we see here we're going up 23,000, almost 200. We'll see how it plays out. I'm gonna go back to the chat to see what people is. Oh, it's not showing anything. So sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. This is the first time that I'm using this. We can only see the 4-hour chart. Yeah, I was charting a couple of things. Chart is frozen. Okay, sorry, guys. Let me see if I can fix it. Let's go to it. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate it. It's okay. So what do you guys wanna? No pasa nada. We got someone speaking Spanish. That's great. I think I'm gonna keep it in English because this is my show, so I'm not gonna switch to Spanish. But it's good to know that we have some people speaking Spanish also in Miles' audience. I think that's a good sign, Miles, that you have people from all over the world, a strong community. So that's amazing. Oh, there you go. They're helping me. This is the good thing about having a team behind you, right? That can actually help you with the charts and everything. So thanks a lot, Banter team. You guys are amazing. So yeah, you can see the chart over there. So there was this big trending line, right? That we just broke down. I think we're right now at 20. What is it? You can zoom in. There you go. 23,178. Yeah. But I think the important thing here, guys, is that we broke that that channel that was going up. There was obviously a massive resistance channel that you can see on the upper part of the chart. That huge resistance that we actually topped. It was twice, and then we broke down. So we'll see how this plays out. Yeah, that one is huge. A lot of volume over there. Yeah, there you go. So we'll see how much we go down. I think the big support, that volume of support that you have it also marked with that channel, it's around what? Where do you have that big? Yeah, that zone. 22,500. So definitely that's where we need to have our eyes on, see how it plays out. I mean, obviously, if we hit that price, we should definitely expect some good bounce, or at least I'm expecting that. But yeah, we never know. A lot of volatility lately, so we'll see what happens. Thank you very much, guys, for bringing up the chart. I was trying to use the chart myself, but it was not working. Some technical problems. First time I'm live here, so picking up a little bit from Miles because he was having some problems. Again, I'm not an expert on trading, but I'm just sharing you my thoughts. And I think it's very important, guys, that even though you're not expert, you start checking yourself all of these charts, understanding where you guys have the volume, so that you can take more informed decisions. And this is also actually very important for DeFi, right? Because obviously, whenever you have to invest in a pool or provide liquidity, and you're, for example, using your USDT to buy Ethereum, you need to make sure that you're buying in the right time. So for example, I wouldn't buy now because I think that there is a lot of risk that we see further pressure going down for Bitcoin, considering that we just broke that ascending line. And then I would wait a couple of days before actually purchasing more tokens to even invest them in any DeFi strategy. So that's it. Jeremy Dawson is saying put longs on there. Well, I guess you're saying on that big support, right? Again, not a trader. I would let that to Sheldon or all the good guys that you have here in Banter, and they can call it out. But yeah, so I don't know if people want to continue looking at the chart, or you guys want to look a little bit at DeFi, other DeFi stuff, other protocols. Rafik is asking, will Bitcoin go up? Well, I would love to know it, because I would actually make a big trade and leverage if I would know it, but I don't know it. So let's do some question. Miles, say it's amazing to know that Miles is looking at me and he's trying to fix his issues with his internet. People is saying thoughts on borrow finance on Near. Well, I mean, there's so many projects out there that it's obviously not possible. I mean, it's really hard to stay up to all of them. I really like this question. Johnny Engstrom is asking, are most DeFi Ponzi's? I would say, well, I mean, I think there is a lot of Ponzi's, definitely, guys. There's a lot of Ponzi's. There are a lot of projects that have proved to not be sustainable in the long term. I see you guys are still drafting there on the chart, which is amazing. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, you're marking all those resistance level. Yeah, I mean, 20,000, 22,000, absolutely. A lot of volume there. So those are the key zones that you guys need to look at, because that's where we're potentially going to see some big rebounds at some point. So yeah, I'll continue with the questions. I got distracted by the chart, but I was saying DeFi Ponzi. So absolutely. I think there is a lot of DeFi Ponzi's that in the long term have proven that there is definitely risk. You saw Luna itself, where a lot of us had conviction, but it proved that the model was not sustainable. So you want to call it a Ponzi, not sustainable, however you want to call it. There's definitely the higher the yield, absolutely. Those are red flags. You need to be very careful. So Johnny, if you see a project that is offering you 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 APYs or APRs, be very careful, because there is definitely some risk there. But I think we need to take a look at understanding the projects and where the yield comes from, right? And that's what it's going to show you whether the project is a potential Ponzi or not. So GMX itself, it's paying you from the fees that the traders are generating. So basically, people is trading in using the decentralized exchange, like they would be using any centralized exchange right out there, and from the fees that from the fees that the project is generating, they distribute those fees to the people that are doing DeFi. So, for example, that are buying the GLP token or that are buying their GMX token and staking it. So I wouldn't call that a Ponzi. I think there's a lot of Ponzi's, definitely, but they are not all Ponzi's. I hope that answers your question, Johnny. Let me know in the chat if you like the answer or what you think. Miles was saying Phantom, and a lot of people are saying, do we sell Phantom? What do we do with Phantom? Wow. Do we have the chart of Phantom, guys? Can we go to see the chart of Phantom just to see where it stands right now? And then we can, again, I'm not going to tell you what you guys need to do, absolutely, because like I said, I'm not wow, that's interesting. We perfectly bounce on the moving average. I don't know which is it's the EMA, is the 200, right? The one you have, yeah, over there. Yeah, so there was a perfect bounce there in 0.55, which I really like. That means that it's pretty solid, the resistance there. I mean, we came from this huge growth, guys. I think like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, it was trading around 20 cents. Yeah, you can see it there in the chart, around 20 cents. And then in 2 weeks, we basically did 3x. From 20 cents, we hit, I think, we hit 60 cents, if I'm not, yeah, that's even more impressive. So, okay, guys, I'm not going to give any advice over here. Again, I'm not a trader myself, but by looking at this graph, I mean, you got to be careful, right? Because basically you have there a very big resistance at 0.65. We hit that resistance. It's clear that we hit over there. We corrected. And then the next big area of volume that we have, it's around 0.42. So we are at risk of obviously retesting that support. I was looking at the bounce perfectly. It's all in Discord. I don't know exactly what that means, but yeah, it pumped. It definitely pumped, but obviously, as everything, when it pumps, then it has to correct. So I would just say be very careful of buying the tops. Again, very careful buying those tops. There's a lot of FOMO happening in the market. How much is that percentage growth? 241%. I mean, that's absolutely nuts. I mean, I wouldn't buy a token that has already pumped 241%. Again, obviously, you can do your fundamental research, and there's a lot of cool things happening in the Phantom ecosystem. Absolutely. We have a lot of new projects out there, like we mentioned before, Mummy Finance. We have all the Solidly tokens. We have 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗓𝗔𝗪 coming back there. Okay, yeah, so we are showing there the what is it, the Fibonacci, right? So you have big level over there in 0.5, right, at 0.42. So definitely, yeah, there is the option of retesting that 0.42 and then looking at going up again and potentially retesting again that area of 0.65. So a lot of scenarios that we're looking here at. Definitely Phantom pump, interesting coin to look at. And like as we mentioned before, the good thing about Phantom also is that they have a lot of DeFi opportunities if you are into DeFi. So at least myself, it's a coin that I have in my portfolio. It's a very, very small holding for me if I compare it to my holdings of Bitcoin, Ethereum, which are the majority of my portfolio. But I do have a small percentage there that I'm using for DeFi. So yeah, I don't know, guys, what you think about the price. Are you gonna buy? Are you gonna sell? What is it that you guys are gonna do with Phantom? I would love to know. Are you interested in DeFi in Phantom? Would love to hear your thoughts on the chat. Any other topic, guys, that you wanna cover? Have to check out Based Finance. Yeah, I don't know FET, to be honest. But Based Finance, I heard about Based Finance. Let me take a quick look at it. Let me just check it. Based Finance, and I will share my screen in a second, guys, just to make sure that I'm looking at the right one. Yeah, so Phantom over here. Okay. Well, I think Based Finance, it was a fork of Tom, correct? I'm a little bit worried about, to be honest, any fork of Tom. I think it's pretty dangerous. I'll personally stay away from those kind of projects. I think it's too degen. For me, guys, big dip right now on many alts. Yeah, I mean, that dip in Phantom was huge right now. I don't know how it's... What else do we have? Ethereum, obviously, leading the dip between the different alts. I'm assuming that probably Binance, DOT, everything must be dipping. So yeah, wow, okay. So as you can see, guys, we're hitting all those resistance over there. BNB with Ethereum, yeah. Ethereum, Bitcoin, yeah. This is good. This is absolutely. They are putting there over there. We have the in the Ethereum to Bitcoin chart. We see that we are here in a very important level because we are. I mean, the moving average, the 200 moving average, is acting over here as a clear resistance. So we actually broke above the moving average. But what is it? Oh, the market cap, the dominance. Yeah, I mean, you guys are amazing, Miles. You have the best team ever. So you can see here, guys, that definitely we are hitting the 200 moving average. We bounced very, very strong on the dominance. So a lot of buyers, yeah, on that candle, absolutely. We are seeing a lot of people moving. So the Bitcoin dominance went up. And I mean, you guys can see it in this chart perfectly, right? The last week and a half, I think it is. I don't know what is I think it's the 4-hour chart. So yeah, 4-hour chart. So you can see, like, we came from a huge dip in the Bitcoin dominance, and all that way down that you can see over there, it was time that all the altcoins were going up. So basically, we went up there, absolutely. But in the last couple of weeks, it had gone down. And I think we were seeing a lot of altcoins pumping in the last couple of weeks. So yeah. Okay. What is saying? Shield your Twitter, bro, or YouTube. Okay, I'm gonna shield myself a little bit. I think in the description of the video, the producers were showing my YouTube. Only thing, guys, is my YouTube is in Spanish. So whoever of you who speaks Spanish, understands Spanish, I think you can even try to put English subtitle, but I don't know how good it's gonna work. But I would, recommend if you like DeFi that you check my channel. Absolutely. It's Mr. DeFi Español. I don't know if the team was able to put it in the description. If you guys did, that would be amazing. Thank you very much. I used to have also a DeFi channel in English, which I'm gonna probably start again to share more strategies. And my Twitter, guys, where I post about DeFi is @_Mr. DeFi. If you want to follow it. I don't know if the banter folks can put it also in the description of the video. But yeah, @_Mr. DeFi, you can find me. And there I post things about DeFi. You can check it out. Yeah, it's not that one. It's @_Mr. DeFi. @_Mr. DeFi. There you go. Thank you very much, folks. Yeah, so you can see investor, crypto entrepreneur, and DeFi Degen. Couple of collaborations over there. But yeah, you can check it out. Thank you very much for sharing it, guys. We can go back to the charts if you want. Or is there any other question from the community? Any other thing that you guys wanna check out? I don't know, Miles, how you're doing with your connection. How is it going? It's internet back in Melbourne. Is someone else in Australia? And is your internet working or not? Yeah, I'm running the show right now just because Miles' internet actually crashed. So I'm just trying to help him out here. DEX vaults on BNB. DEX vaults. Okay, let's go check out DEX vaults, guys, because I think a lot of people was asking for DEX vaults. Let's go check it out. I'm going to share my screen in a second. DEX vaults. So DEX vaults. Okay, I'm going to share my screen over here. And I'm going to tell you my sincere point of view, guys. Slides. Toxic Gamer says, I am in Melbourne. He can come over. Miles, if you want, there's people that can host you and you can stream from their house if you want. I don't know if you're looking for. 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫 says, excelente, puedo practicar mi español. Happy to practice Spanish with you guys, not a problem. So share my screen. There we go. Window. Where do I have it? Let me show you guys. So, Jesus Christ, the first one. I'll be back in any minute. That's amazing. Thank you very much, Miles. That would be great. DEX vaults. Okay, you guys were asking about this. Auto-compounded investment strategy. So it's an aggregator. It's audited by CertiK, which I think it's always good to know that a project is audited. Guys, very, very important. The fact that an audit, even a project has been audited by CertiK, you need to read the report because you need to understand when was it audited, what are the contracts that were audited, right? Because the project can create new vaults, and these vaults can be or cannot be audited by CertiK. So you need to be very, very careful, and you need to look at the report. So I would recommend you to look at the report. Now, I'm not going to go through the report now because it's just going to make it very boring, but that's one thing. But yeah, definitely having CertiK is good. So we have different vaults, Binance Cake. I don't know, guys. I mean, I would stay away from vaults with tokens like Cake or these tokens that I don't know. I would be very, very, very careful. So basically what I am understanding is that you invest in this vault, you get 50% in this liquidity pool, 40% in this liquidity pool, and 10% on this liquidity pool. And then you're earning 13% APY. For me, this works like this. I don't know the project. so I cannot really give like a very detailed opinion. But from a risk perspective, I personally wouldn't risk investing in an APY of 13% and putting some of my liquidity in Cake, which is it's a token that basically, if you look at the chart, the price has gone down. I mean, let's look at Bank. And I have nothing against PancakeSwap, guys. I think it's a project that has done a lot of good things for the DeFi ecosystem, but it's a farming token. So the selling pressure is huge on PancakeSwap. So if you, there you go. So if you see, the price of the token has gone down massively. Now we're seeing a little bit of growth here, but I would stay away from these tokens. And what I was saying before is we have projects like GMX, where we are earning right now 30% APY by holding Ethereum, Bitcoin, stablecoins. So I prefer earning 30% APY holding the solid tokens, strong tokens, rather than investing in this type of pools. Again, APY 7.20% by holding all of these tokens. I mean, I showed you before other projects that I think have better yield. So I think the project looks interesting. To be honest, the concept is good of having those vaults that have different mix, but I wouldn't personally jump in there. Yeah, you're saying they have promoted vaults with Matic, FTM, AVAX. I think that's cool. Absolutely. I mean, that's super cool. I'm not saying no. I'm just looking at the APR or APY, and I'm comparing it with, for example, the GMX protocols and forks, where all the yield is real yield. And I would invest on those ones. But definitely, Sandbox, thank you very much for the suggestion. I'm gonna keep it close to me and do some more research. Miles said, look into Equalizer. Let's look into Equal. Yeah, let's do it. So give me 1 second. I'll share my screen in a second again. Equalizer. There we go. So, and again, I'm going to be, just because Miles said to talk about it doesn't mean that I'm going to speak good about it. If I don't like it, I'll tell you guys. There you go. I'm going to share my full screen. Equalizer. There we go. Okay, so like we said, Equalizer, it has went down 25%. So you could say, well, it's a good moment to buy. I don't know, guys. I don't know, because we reached all-time high yesterday at $15. And let me zoom out a little bit more just to make sure that I am correct. Yeah. And obviously, we saw all the market hitting a big resistance. So all altcoins are going down. So obviously, these tokens will also go down with the rest of the market. But yeah, the growth was huge. So back in 9th January, the token was $1. So you basically made a 10x, right? So I wouldn't buy now, Equalizer. That is my point of view, guys. Any of you can do whatever you guys want, but I would personally be a little bit scared of jumping into Equal now. But said that, the project itself is really cool. So it's a solidly fork, like we mentioned. You have the opportunity to swap tokens, and you have the opportunity of providing liquidity. You have a lot of very cool pools that we were looking at them before. I'll take a look at them right now, guys, and show you the ones that I like and the ones that I don't like. You have the option of bribing. So basically, by holding their Equal token and staking them, you're going to earn V equal. This is going to give you the voting power. And then you're going to be able to allocate your votes to the different pools. So basically, if you're investing, let's say, in USDC WFTM, and you want this pool to be incentivized by the project, then you're going to have to put your vote into this. And then you can split it. And then they're going to be paying, so you have here the bribes plus fee. They're going to be paying $13,000 to the people that are depositing their liquidity into this LP, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I like the project. It's a solidly fork, and now it has very interesting pools that we can invest in. So let's see what people is saying. Is there any other question? What's your thoughts on MMI? I don't know MMI. I can look at it in a moment as well. But yeah, I mean, let's look really quickly at some of the pools over here to see I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be very honest in the ones that I would invest or I wouldn't. Look, the best thing you can do whenever you enter one of these projects, any decentralized exchange or any exchange, is to look at the total pool amount. Let me just check really quickly. Yeah, well, Miles was texting me before, but I think he's still not here. So anyway, I would sort it out by total pool amount, because this basically will tell you where is it that we have the people investing. Actually, it's not helping here because I'm getting some that maybe don't have so much volume. So I think you basically need to look at the APR. I would stay away from the ones that are paying so much, especially because they have tokens that I don't know. So for example, let's say 200% investing in Equal and FX. Look, guys, I am very bullish on Frax. I gotta say it. I really like Frax. I think it's a project that it's very important for the DeFi ecosystem, and in the next bull run, it can be one of the gainers. I have part of my very small part of my portfolio on FX. Again, this is not, I'm not sponsoring the token, and I'm not recommending absolutely anything. You guys need to do your own research before investing in any of these tokens. But I personally like it. I mean, if you believe that Equal in the long term could be a good investment, I wouldn't buy it right now. But if it corrects a lot, then this pool is pretty interesting, 203%. But like I mentioned, in my personal strategy, I would never invest in this pool because I'm investing in blue chips. Basically, I'm doing compound interest with DeFi on blue chips. So basically, I'm only investing in pools with stable coins, with Ethereum, with a little bit of maybe some Phantom, but very, very small investments over there. I'm pairing Bitcoin with stable coins, a little bit of Binance or BNB, sorry, with stable coins. Okay, so this is a little bit maybe less risky. Let's check it out. So you have, like we mentioned, I really like this one. I think this is a good one. It's Phantom with DAI. If you guys believe in Phantom in the long term, you're earning 76%. And like I showed before, if you go to Beefy Finance, you can get it up to 100% APY, which is cool. We have meme with Frax. I mean, meme is dangerous, guys. I mean, it's not that it's dangerous, right? But the point is that liquidity is very low. Forget it. Like, this is not. I would be I'm scared of this one. Let's see what else they have. This one is cool as well. USDC with Phantom. So everything that pairs Phantom with a stablecoin, I think, is pretty interesting. So you can check it out, guys. Phantom with Link. I like Link long term. I think this pool is amazing. USDC with Ethereum, guys. So you're basically holding your Ethereum long term. You're pairing them with USDC, 28%. Only risk is impermanent loss if the market goes up very high. But I think right now, with the existing volatility, for me, it's worth. I like this one also. Look, Phantom with Bitcoin. Pairing your Phantom with Bitcoin, and they're paying you at 24%, which is cool. So anyway, a lot of options for you guys to check it out. I don't want to bore you with so many projects. And look at market cap. Thank you, Miles. Market cap of Equal. Just let me take a look at it. Share screen. Let's do this. Equalizer. Okay, so Equal. There we go. So Equalizer, we are talking about a market cap of 2 million. Wow, this is super low still. But this is good. This is good actually, because how do we need to think about it? What we need to think about is that if Equalizer reaches the market cap of other solidly forks, right, like Velotron, for example, or Thina, there is still a lot of growth potential, right? Even though we've seen this huge growth, we're still looking at a small market cap coin, which is pretty interesting. Circulating supply 257,000 out of 3 million. I mean, wow!
Finally,
someone is back.
I think it worked. Fuck, that was the worst half an hour ever. I'm sorry, everyone, but you did a great job. I watched that whole thing. I was commenting. I think you did a really good job of keeping everyone entertained. Of course, you're also a very smart DeFi guy as well.
Look, this is what I do every day. I'm always researching, so I was only doing. I'm only doing what I do in my day-to-day, Miles, and just chatting with people and showing them my investments. Happy to have you here again. I'll let you run the show now, Miles. I actually was supposed to stay here for 15 minutes, guy, and I think I stayed 1 hour.
You know
but I
what I'm
love
scared
it.
of? I'm scared my internet's gonna cut out again. But if it does, James, I don't know if you can share your screen, but put up a Bitcoin chart or something, because I want to keep it running. Like, the goal is to stream like all night, and share alpha with you guys. So if it does go down, I don't know, we need to get a chart up or something, because I want to keep the stream on and get some other guests on as well. I think Sheldon is going to jump on soon.
Look, if at some point, Miles, your connection breaks, just call me. I'm going to be around here, and I can at some point maybe jump and help you. Not a problem. Thank you very much. Some people saying Mr. DeFi is awesome. Well, I'm just doing my best, guys, so appreciate it. Sheldon
said he has load shedding, but he will get back to me in a minute. So let's see.
That's amazing.
But no, I think you did a great job. I think like you definitely shared some good alpha then. And yeah, thank you so much for covering that. It was all right. Have a good one. I'll call you after.
Cool. We'll speak later. Cheers. Enjoy, guys. Thank you very much.
So guys, what actually happened then was there was planned maintenance on my house's internet. And like, I had no idea. And I had to look at the maintenance schedule. It was the only 4 hours in the entire month where my internet was down. Like, the only few hours, which is just crazy. Like, it happens once a month. They usually take it down late at night, and it's 1 a.m. now. So obviously no other idiots up, only me streaming and researching cryptos up. So then they put the internet down. But I think Mr. DeFi did an amazing job at covering things, holding the fort down while I was gone. But I do want to continue with the alpha here. Why is the screen like that? Oh, it's on a different setting to normal. Let's go back on the OG banter setting. So I still want to do a lot here. I still want to find the next 100x gem. I still want to research with you guys. Still want to look into stuff, answer lots of questions. But the viewers have gone down because I took a break, and obviously we kind of lost a bit of momentum when my internet went down. So we need to get the viewers up. So I think the way to do that is to show the YouTube algorithm that you guys are enjoying the show. So smash the like button, everyone right now. Make sure to smash the like button, and also maybe share the link with a friend. If you want to get your friends in here, and share the show around to get some momentum back. I'll also maybe do a tweet now, and try and get some momentum back in the show, because we were at 1,300 viewers, which was incredible. And I'm about to drop hopefully some more alpha, and we're going to do some more research. So I want the show to get some more attention. So let's hopefully YouTube picks things back up again. Now I'm getting some messages from people that want to join the show, and I'm going to answer all your questions. All right, let's do this. Let's get into it. I do have a bit of stuff that's actually happened over the last hour. The market has been moving. The first thing I wanted to show you was 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫. He did a tweet on Chainlink, and I want to talk about Chainlink for a little bit because I think it's interesting. He says, is Link next in line for a major rally? Year to date, Ethereum plus 39%, Bitcoin plus 40%, GMX plus 71%, Optimism plus 230%, Link plus 28%. Chainlink sits as one of the largest monopolies in crypto, a good investment or a dinosaur coin. And I'll give you my opinion on Link just for a second. Look, fundamentally, Link is one of the tokens, one of the only tokens that I can step back and look with the 10-year, 20-year time horizon and say, like, I know this token's going to be around, because they have, I wouldn't say that they have a monopoly as such. I think it's more of like an oligopoly, but certainly a dominance in the Oracle sector. And there's no real Oracle with partnerships half as strong as Link. So Link is clearly very, very dominant in that sector. And because of that, they're in a very good position over the next 10 to 20 years. And as crypto continues to grow, to be, the main source of price data. They're the ones feeding all the data from, the oracles and the exchanges to the projects to help power DeFi, help power NFT, smart contracts, gaming. Like, there's so many use cases for Chainlink, and that's one of the major reasons why I'm bullish on Chainlink long term. But the problem is that, and the biggest problem with Chainlink for a while has been the tokenomics. It simply just hasn't been, quite up to scratch with some of the other projects, similar projects in the market. But they did do a lot of upgrades to that. They had a Chainlink 2.0 economics upgrade where they essentially made some major tweaks to the Chainlink tokenomics, and essentially enabled staking, which adds a little bit more of a retail side demand to Chainlink. And then they also had some other updates on the economic side in terms of how their tokens actually used, in terms of projects having to pay Chainlink for Oracle-based data. So I do want to go through the charts and see what's happening, because as Thor said, it's like there's a lot of big projects that have run, but Chainlink's not one that's run, even though like it's fundamentally it's one of the best tokens. So let's have a look. And just because the token's good fundamentally, I think this is a big lesson we got last year, doesn't necessarily mean it's a good investment. Because tokenomics are often and demand as well are often a bigger driver of price growth than the tokenomics themselves. So I'm seeing a few things straight off the bat here. If we want to draw a diagonal in here, we can see like a pretty clear trend that Link broke out of and actually broke out to the upside of. So that was the initial breakout. Took a while, took a few weeks to actually get that continuation, that push to the upside, but then broke out actually quite strongly. So in terms of price action, Link looks very, very, very strong. And we can see we are approaching resistance on Link, but there is a little bit to go. Just checking my messages now. Cool. I see a message from you, James, that just gave me a notification. So I'm just going to mute WhatsApp so it doesn't distract me anymore. By the way, if you want to go, I can handle the stream. If you're really busy and you want to do stuff, I think Pal is also going to come on as well. But it's fine. Like you don't need to hang around. Completely up to you, bro. But if you want to, obviously it's a great help with the comments. So your choice, man. But in terms of the levels I'm seeing on Link, obviously we are approaching major resistance, at least on the daily, but this is still a little bit off. So I think Thor's right in the sense that it just hasn't run as much as other coins. And typically in this market, when we see coins lag behind, there's kind of a catch-up game that's usually played, especially with these big caps, where you'll see like liquidity rotate from the really big caps into the medium caps, and then smaller and smaller and smaller, kind of funnels down like that. And I think Link's one that has been left behind in a sense, but probably for good reason. And I'm on the Luxury chart. I accidentally switched to the Luxury chart, so I'm looking like a bit of an idiot. But Link is actually very similar to the Lux chart. Let me just get the thing up here. It's also approaching resistance. Most of these altcoins actually look the exact same. No matter whether it's Luxury or Gala or Link, they're all quite similar. But Link is in a very, very clear range here. Very, very clear range. So we do have some more continuation to the upside, probably another 13 to 14%. And then we're approaching resistance. And of course, that would be maybe your short zone if you do want to look at a Link short. So that's kind of what I'm seeing with Chainlink. But Thor's 100% right. It hasn't run. And if it does run from the bullish perspective, and of course, this is quite the bullish perspective, we would want something like this, a retest and then a push to the upside. That's what the Link bulls will want to see. Interestingly, though, if we do look at this key level, which is the 9.58 level, there's actually not much in the way of a Link rally if we can break that level. So there are a few key zones if you're a Link bull that we do want to break. The first one's the mid-range at 7.8. If we break that, then our next target's 9.4. And then that's that. I mean, there's not really much in the way of $18 after that. But of course, that's your very, very, very bullish scenario. We're likely going to need a catalyst for that to actually play out. But Link definitely lagging behind. Back to the Lux Rare chart. I got my words mixed up there. That's also quite similar. Key range difference being it's actually shown a bit of weakness since it printed its first low, actually made a lower low, and is pushing up towards its resistance. So a lot of altcoins facing key resistance, and I think that's one of the reasons why we had a preemptive pullback, because I mean the market knows, the market's not stupid. It's saying, look, we have a lot of alts now approaching resistance. We look a bit overheated in the short term, time for a pullback. And that's something I did say at the start of the show as well. The next move I'm anticipating is a little bit of a pullback here. So someone just said, check the equalizer dip. Let's do that. Let's go on DEX tools and look at Equal. Because Equal is a token that is pumped, absolutely pumped in the market. And what it is and Ferd did an explanation of this. It's essentially a like a DEX on Phantom, but it's actually the number 2 DEX on Phantom now by volume. So it had a huge run up in terms of the volume that the token has or the exchange has done, and that's resulted in a pump because a lot of people are now staking. I don't know if I'm on the right pair here on DEX tools. It's not seeming to do much. I think the Equal USDC pair has the most liquidity. No, this has the most liquidity. That was the right pair. DEX tools is very glitchy though. Is it on? Okay, here we go. There we go. Looking a lot better. So on the 1 hourly, I mean, look, that's actually not that bearish in terms of price action. And I'll show you why it's not bearish in terms of price action, because we had this, I mean, there's a lot of buying happening at the $10 level, like this range here with this, you see this previous wick. Usually when I draw in my charts, I kind of like to chart based on the previous wick. And I mean, it obeyed the structure there. Obeyed market structure, push up, overextension, back down, tests at the 10.3 region, and then pushes up. And this is actually quite bullish because look at this volume, guys. Look at the volume that kicked in after, a spike in sell volume. We did have those buyers coming back in to the market, and they were, one sec. I was just closing my door, and they were buying up equal with vengeance, and this is pushed back up, and it's a coin that has a lot of strength in the market. Now, this isn't one I'm recommending you buy right now, but there is one reason that it could keep running, even though it's already run a lot, and that's this. I mean, the market cap's 2.9 million, and whenever you get a coin with a $2.9 million market cap, but it's the second biggest DEX on an extremely big O1 ecosystem, that's pretty low. Although it has roughly 10x dilution from here. So the actual FDV is roughly 30 mil. So not really a long-term hold, this one, but short to medium term, like in the lead up to FVM, let's say like 3 to 6 months. I certainly don't think this is like a horrible play. So with like a 3 to 6 month time horizon, I don't think it's horrible at all. It actually looks, quite decent as a play. Remember, guys, smash the likes because we need the algo to get this back up to 1,000 live viewers because there's more alpha to come. It's late, but I'm feeling good, and I'm going to continue answering all your questions. The other thing I wanted to mention is just quickly, if you do want to trade, you can do so on Bitget. There is a link in the description. We got the Rolex giveaway to win a Rolex if you sign up, and also an $8,000 deposit bonus. So if you sign up, deposit money into your Bitget account, then you can also get an $8,000 deposit bonus. If you really love deposit bonuses, though, then you've got the $30,000 deposit bonus on Bybit, which is a huge bonus. So depends on what exchange you like. Bitget, though, you have a chance of winning the Rolex. I believe the Bybit winner has been selected. Obviously, we'll be announcing that more about that tomorrow on Rand Show. But in terms of the Bitget Rolex, you can still sign up, and every trade is an entry. So link in the description to trade on Bitget. Bybit as well have that $30,000 sign-up bonus. And also, if you like DEXs, then we've got Apex. So great options for you in the description, all with different sign-up bonuses to get you guys involved. Let's continue going through the chat. Someone talking about equal. He says the airdrops that weren't claimed aren't in circulation, so FDV likely inaccurate. Good point. There was a lot of airdrops. Good point. FDV, though, with a coin like this doesn't matter that much. I think this is kind of like a misconception in crypto in general. People are like, oh my God, the FDV. But like that's FDV only really matters in the long term because the market just has shown it doesn't care about FDV in a lot of cases. Like actually go through the market. Look at something like an Aptos, right? FDV through the moon. Like $2.5 billion market cap, but FDV of 15 bill. Like it just simply doesn't care. It doesn't care at all about the market. Let's talk about 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫. Let's talk about 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫 because everyone wants to know about 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫. I've seen this one a million times. I think we should talk about it. So proof of work blockchain, very light blockchain. Did have a run-up pre-ETH merge. The reason it had a run-up pre-ETH merge is because obviously proof of work was kind of a bit of a narrative that was running. Let's do a bit of charting here to kind of just, give us a bit of clarity over where we sit. Once again, approaching resistance. Is this not a trend, guys? With the altcoins, like everything is, I feel like 5 to 10% off resistance. By the way, bit of bullish hopium. Yes, I do think we're going to get an extended pullback now, but irrespective of what I think, this is the bullish hopium. Eventually, when we do crack these key levels on a lot of alts, there is infinite upside. So if you're a bull in this market, just know, like, yes, we have a bit of a battle here, right? We got resistance on major alts. It's going to be hard. Bitcoin as well, Ethereum as well, right? But if we can break, and this isn't just 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫, it's everything. It's like Link, it's Lux, it's it's NEAR, it's a lot of coins. If we can break these resistances, there's not a lot in the way of an extended pump, and that's your bullish hopium. Because it's the same with NEAR. Like it's the same with every chart. We've made a lot of ground, but we still haven't broken those major resistances yet. And when we break the major resistances, that's when you can look at your massive moves to the upside of another 118%. So something like a NEAR as well, that's in that zone that you want to watch for. You want to look for a breakout, because these breakouts can be massive. You don't want to buy on the breakout. You want to buy on the confirmation, of course, but look for the strong narratives in the market, and look for the ones that are about to break resistance. And I think, we are going to see some moves. Rune as well, very similar story, although I think Rune actually did break out of its trend. Rune did break out, does approach more resistance though. So Rune approached a bit further from resistance, did break out of that initial range. PYR, by the way, this is my chart from months ago. So this is actually legitimately my chart from months ago. And I drew this green line in, and maybe some of you won't believe me, but I did tweet this. So it's public information. Search it up, Miles Deutscher PYR. I tweeted when we were here at the start of December, and I drew this green line in. It was just a complete guess. And I mean, come on, the price action was basically exactly what I did. Like, this is, now I don't claim to be a genius or anything because, you know, I get a lot wrong in terms of trading. I'm not a professional trader, but come on, you couldn't be more spot on with that drawing. And I literally made that when we were here at this first entry. When I said done. So that was my first entry. I bought more down here, didn't get this entry, but I got these 2 entries. So out of the 4, we got 3 of our entries, which is 75%. And for a rough, I think average buy of like 2.5, because we did buy in twice at the $3 level. We put in some more size at the mid-range. And it's like maybe 2.8, $2.9 average. So we 2x'd almost on PYR. We've done very, very well. Obviously, if you trade leverage since the breakout, you'd be up like maybe like a 4 or a 5x. So everyone that got onto that, well done. We killed it. We also killed DYDX. I do want to talk about DYDX. We fucking killed DYDX. Like, literally smashed DYDX. And I'll show you why we killed DYDX. Because, and yes, I'm going to collect up my own clout here, but I think this was a great call. You know, on January 19th, I tweeted, and I said, look, there's a huge DYDX unlock in 14 days. Everyone knows about it, but I got a feeling it's better to be long than short. Why? Because shorting was becoming an overcrowded trade. 2, unlocks are often bullish. Look at what Ape did. Look at what Sand did. Look at what GMT did. 3, likely a big strategic announcement at or around the unlock date. And look what ended up happening. I mean, when did I tweet this? January 19th. I said it's better to be net long than short. Where's January 19th? Oh, yeah. This, 1.2. Literally this zone that we drew. We touched it, and then we pumped. I mean, at the high is 180%, but 134% now. So we literally called that on my Twitter. Called the DYDX run. And, like, come on, guys. That's literally perfect. So make sure you follow me on Twitter if you're not already for more calls like this. But I hope to bring calls like this to the show as well, and bring alpha for you guys. I just gave you a couple more levels. Let's discuss. Do you want me to discuss Phantom? You guys are driving this research today, so let me know what you want me to discuss. We will look at some gems, of course, in each ecosystem. Do you want me to discuss Phantom? Let me know in the comments. Let me know. Because I definitely can. Because I have a pretty strong opinion on Phantom. Pretty strong opinion. I actually did also call this breakout on my Twitter. I'll link you guys to the show where I called that. We had a big breakout to the upside, and then we did test the 65% level. Major resistance, though. And we obviously did end up rejecting off that, basically as predicted. Then I drew this wedge with these lines you can see here. You know, I said Phantom can bounce here, and the bounce would be a move up, back up to test resistance again. Obviously not around at a circle like that, or it would break down, and then test this next level, which is the 57-cent level. And that's exactly what it did. And interestingly enough, this is actually quite a bullish candle. Once again, like, a lot of these dumps look bullish. It's really, really, really weird. But a lot of these dumps look bullish because of this. When you see liquidity get gobbled up like this, that's actually often a bullish sign. And the fact we've closed back above support is, you know, a pretty good sign for Phantom as well. Obviously, though, with candles like this, especially on the hourly, they can come back down. And they can test. So sometimes what we see is we see short-term bounces, and then we see what we call a liquidity bleed. So that will result in breaking support again, and then coming back down and testing and bleeding down, and then this becomes the next level of support. Something we see often when it comes to flash dips like this, especially on the small time frames, when we see, you know, liquidity come back down, and then oftentimes this is like a fair value gap that needs to be retested. So interesting to see if we hold above or whether we test that gap. I think there's a large chance we test it. But like, there was a bit of a flash dump, which is funny because it's a weekend and Asian markets don't open for another 12 hours. I think Australia opens in 7 hours. It's already 1:30 a.m. But, you know, the other markets, Chinese markets, etc., open a little bit later. So in terms of Phantom, yeah, it's still holding up above this level. And let's actually look at Bitcoin and ETH now, because there is some movement. Yeah, Bitcoin did break below. That wick looks pretty similar to the Phantom wick and a lot of the alts. ETH as well. ETH did actually break down, though. I'd say on this really short time frame, this is the next level. And the same for Bitcoin. You definitely have some support in the mid-range here. And I say mid-range because we are forming a bit of a range. So you do have some support, but support is a little bit far away on Bitcoin. It's roughly like 1% away. So 1% dump wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me. This is the key level to flip. If you're a bull, you really, really, really want to reclaim this level at the 23.30 3 level. You really, really, really want to reclaim that. And I say if you're a bull, but like, at the end of the day, all of us want bullish price action. It benefits all of us. But yeah, if you're a bull in terms of like trading with bullish momentum, just quickly on Phantom, a lot's happened, and I gave you guys an update on my personal channel, my Twitter, but I'll give you guys another update now if you didn't already see my tweets. Basically, like I'd say 3 major catalysts for why Phantom ran. First catalyst, 𝗕𝗓𝗓𝗫 is back. So yeah, he left. And that sucked because, he was kind of like a spiritual leader or like a figurehead of the ecosystem. And having him leave definitely was a bit of a dampener because, he built so much and he contributed to the core consensus. And although he wasn't gone forever, he left in like an active capacity. So having him back, I think is the first bullish catalyst. I think it's the major bullish catalyst because we see he's really making a social media push. And this is quite interesting because Andre hasn't made a push like this since Solidly. And what I mean by that is, look, he's retweeting things every few hours. He's posting like articles. He's writing his own threads on Phantom and the middleware upgrades. He's constantly retweeting like good creators in the space, metrics. Like he's clearly back on board in a really bullish way, which is, I think, one of the major catalysts for why Phantom started running. Then we had a couple other catalysts. And the first one is this Phantom virtual machine announcement. So basically, for a while, what I've been saying about Phantom is, look, all eyes are on FVM. FVM is make or break. Now, if you don't know what FVM is, it's called Phantom Virtual Machine. And this is the upgrade to the Phantom network that is going to replace the Ethereum virtual machine. And this will, in turn, alleviate one of the major bottlenecks and congestion points, pain points that the network experiences. And if it can manage to kind of address or alleviate this pain point, then it can open itself up to become a much more scalable and usable blockchain on a wide scale. And from an investment standpoint and from an institutional investment standpoint as well, they want to be investing in projects or protocols that can scale. And Phantom previously, like it couldn't scale on EVM, or at least, even though it was fast and efficient and had uptime, it still couldn't scale. And the problem with that is the United States, for example, sees 100 million credit card transactions a day. Visa handles 24,000 transactions per second, which is around 2 billion daily transactions. And to reach those speeds, blockchain systems, they often trade scalability, they trade decentralization and security. But Phantom wants to achieve, and many other L1s, they want to achieve that all at the same time. So what they did is they did 2 major upgrades. One, 𝗕𝗓𝗓𝗫, which changes the way that data is stored on the database. So basically moving towards a file-based state database. And then the second one, obviously, is Tosca, Phantom Virtual Machine. And this is the upgrade that's going to replace the EVM. And I think one of the interesting things about FVM is that it's utilizing Viper and Solidity, which are the programming languages that you'd use to program on Ethereum. So if you're part of the developer community and you still want to build dApps and still want to use the ecosystem, it's not going to be a hard shift to Phantom. Or if you can already code Solidity, you're going to have no trouble coding on FVM. And I think that's one of the positives, rather than creating kind of a novel programming language like something like Aptos has opted for, or something like Solana has opted for, like using Rust or something. So I think that the major benefit here is that it can incentivize Ethereum devs to develop on chain. And I'll get up the development data in a minute. That's going to be a really interesting conversation, by the way. I'm excited for that. But essentially, like they did run statistics in a testnet environment, practical but testnet environment, on the benefits of FVM versus Geth, so versus the Ethereum EVM. And they saw massive improvements, 2 major improvements. One, the transaction rate was 8 times faster. So even Phantom right now, which is a fast blockchain, it went 8 times faster as soon as they started using FVM. Secondly, storage use. They saw a reduction in 98% of storage, which is monumental. Like it's absolutely crazy. I mean, 98%. So if you had 100 pieces of data to store, they can now use as much energy as storing 2 pieces of data. So that's a massive reduction, and that's obviously going to help the network become a lot faster. So having these 2 upgrades means that the network can do now 4 times what the Visa network can do by the United States. And at the end of the day, like, blockchains are created for one reason, actually 2 reasons. One, because we love decentralization and we believe in a decentralized vision, and we want to work towards an economy where the people at least have a say in financial terms. And I am an advocate of decentralization, but at the same time, the other reason blockchain exists, and perhaps the most compelling reason why blockchain exists, is to improve efficiencies on a global scale, on a global technological scale, in terms of payment rails, in terms of how we operate peer to peer. And at the end of the day, that is where most of the upside from blockchain is going to come from. And at the end of the day, that's what matters, that we can actually enhance existing industries and technologies via utilizing this technology, which is blockchain. And that's where the upside is going to come from. So any blockchain that can improve upon an existing product, that's a good thing. And that's exactly what Phantom is doing. Now, we can see that it's 4 times as fast as the Visa network, and this just isn't exclusive to Phantom. This is, replicatable across like Solana and other ecosystems, AVAX, etc. But it's a really, really positive thing that we're seeing upgrades like this take place, and we're seeing the technology genuinely innovate. And we clearly know that's the future because of, even to this day, multiple countries, they've started utilizing blockchain in their endeavors in terms of monetary policy. Like, look at Australia, for example. They recently released their roadmap for regulating crypto. And one of the major things in the roadmap was utilizing blockchain technology, the Ethereum network, for building stablecoins. So the National Australia Bank is actually going to build stablecoins, AUDN, I believe, on top of the Ethereum network. So they've realized that, even Ethereum can be more efficient than our current broken, dated technology. So, just imagine when these other networks start being utilized in a government or an enterprise sense. So I think, there's massive upside to be gained there. And also CBDCs. Like, I hate CBDCs. I think they're evil, but they're happening whether we like it or not. And they're happening because of the power that blockchain technology and crypto can unlock. Anyway, this is the DGen show, so we don't want to get too philosophical, but it's important to maintain perspective when it comes to why we invest in crypto from a long-term perspective. Short-term, we can fuck around and make money on alts and research and DGen into stuff, of course. But yeah, I'd love to get some music going, by the way. I think this would be really cool next time to play some tunes and hang out, but I just can't get my music working because I don't have a roadcaster, so I need to test that out in the private. Also, Power, thank you for joining. Welcome. You can come on and chat if you want. If you don't want to, that's completely up to you. But thanks for driving the comments now. Gala will skyrocket, being so overlooked. Yeah, we've talked about Gala a few times. Definitely a token, and I think we went through the TA before. But for those that missed it and would like it again, it's in my trading list. Where is it? This is in alphabetical order, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. Or is it at the bottom? It is at the bottom somehow. Yeah, Gala's another one. It's kind of in that range, similar to other alts. It's actually, yeah, I did talk about this before. I said this is the long-term accumulation zone. The next load-up zone would be this level here at the 4.9 level. That's the next load-up zone, but that's with a shorter time frame. So actually change your time horizon based on the levels you buy at. I think that's a smart thing to do. Have some levels allocated for shorter-term swing trades, taking profits, and then have some levels allocated for longer-term spot buys. And that would be my spot buy zone for Gala. Miles, please chart LTO. I will chart LTO. Okay, this has been pumping. This is super weird. Some of the price action on this is weird, bro. All right, let's firstly just put in our range to get a feel for this. Let's go on the daily. Let's zoom out just a little bit. Let's go into the daily. Okay. Kind of broke out of that initial trend. Okay. This is so hard to chart because we had this massive wick and it honestly looks super manipulated, but that is where I'd place the trend line because that's had the most touches. So whenever you don't know where to place a trend, look for at least 5 or 6 touches, especially on the horizontals. But this fake out above is super weird and it looks just super manipulated, super weird. But if we are kind of trading it, then once again, like many other altcoins, like we've discussed, are approaching resistance. Once again, it's just seems to be a trend amongst a lot of altcoins. Again, if they break out, then look, you're looking at huge upside here. Not much in the way of a huge pump, but that is the wishful thinking, bullish side of me. That's imagining a breakout. Equal chance we kind of form a double top and roll back down, and then we kind of got to start again and gain momentum. So that's something I'm seeing on LTO at the moment. Pretty similar charts to a lot of other alts. Let's have a look at the network. Let's have a look at the network and see what it is. And by the way, I think Sheldon is joining soon. I want him to join. It'd be good to get another guest on for alpha. I got plenty of alpha in me though. Ran also said he might join, so that's something to look forward to because the market is it's shaky right now. But that's not a horrible candle for Bitcoin. That really wasn't. Like the buy volume that kicked in on a lot of alts there was crazy, and that was quite positive. So what was I doing? I was looking at LTO. Live to own. Live to own is an award-winning hybrid blockchain. Secure, exchange, verify critical data, assets, and identities. By the way, I got a standing desk. How cool is this? I could stand and stream. I feel like I could do some boxing practice or something. It's great. Get a standing desk. It's so good. It'll change your life. Super good purchase. Miles, pat on the back. So they got a privacy layer, public layer, hybrid architecture. What's the market cap on this? 42, almost fully diluted. Okay, that's positive. Let's look at the tokenomics. Okay, unavailable. Probably on Masari or on their white paper. Ooh, I'm not too concerned. Just looking at the dilution. Doesn't seem like it has a... CoinGecko is not always reliable, but usually when the max supply and the total supply are in there, it is. It's when you get question marks, that's when it's like, okay, they don't have the data. But looks like they do have the data. So LTO, digitalized collectibles, owners, models, whatever the owner has over the asset, LTO, secure exchange, build a leading point. I mean, looking at a website, it's not going to tell you everything. I'm just getting like a feel for what it is to give you my opinion. Privacy-friendly platform. Okay, I need to look through its tech, menu, docs. I'm not a dev, but you know what's funny? Being in crypto and like being a fundamental researcher, someone that does a lot of like deep dives and that kind of stuff, I've like really started to learn a lot about blockchain tech, and I never thought I'd be like tech minded in any way. Especially coming into this market in 2017, 2018. So it's been like 4 years now, going on 5 years. When I first started, I never thought that. I thought, I was kind of just in it for Bitcoin ETH long term, and then I eventually started getting more degen, more DeFi orientated, and now I find myself like actually kind of understanding the tech side and how rollups work and stuff. So it's amazing what you can pick up in just a few years. So I usually get a good feel for if tech's good or bad, but I'm not a dev, so like I can't give you like a total rundown. Do they have a docs here? White papers. LTO white paper. Oh, and then they also have the identity sec. Okay. Good questions in the comments, by the way. Hope Randa's not joining hijacks every show. If he joins, he'll just come for a bit and give us a market update. I don't think he'll hijack me. I think we're good. Or I'll tell him to go away. No, he's in Dubai. He's at actually Satoshi Roundtable. So one of the best events for networking in crypto. I think he's busy and he's definitely he's definitely a busy guy right now. I want to get the chat back up. I accidentally closed it. All right, let's look through this. Network address signing. Okay. Network public certificate. Size. This is their tech white paper. I wanted to look at a fundamental one first. Wow, there's a lot of reading. Can I be bothered reading right now? This is a research show though, so we got to. But like if I was studying this properly in my own time, I'd read this whole, not this whole thing, but I'd read at least a few pages. Business modeling strategy. Let's go to okay, live versus okay. So they utilize live contracts. BPM. Very techie. It's one of the most techie white papers I've seen. Well, that's a lie. Okay, okay. Utilize ZK proofs. I'm just giving it a skim here, not going super deep. Global blockchain, leasing, vote probability, fair proof of stake. I want to get to. Okay, that's the technical paper. I want to find a. Do they have a medium? LTO. Mediums are way better because the writers they get actually can put things into words that the white paper just does a really poor job of. Too many good coins to buy, not enough money to buy them all. Actually, this is a really good point. Can I just touch on this for a second? I think this will help you guys out. Well, it's my show, so yeah, but I've learned over time that the best approach to crypto is actually the conviction approach. And that sounds very contrary to what something like Rand does. But let me tell you why I believe this. So let's take Rand, for example. A lot of money relative to us. Can really afford to take on risk, can afford to diversify across hundreds of protocols, can also afford to outsource a lot of research, right? Can afford to pay people to research projects. And that means, he can take a lot more risk. And if you have a lot of capital, you can also take a lot more risk. You can diversify into 200 projects. But the problem, and that can be very effective, basically treating the market like an index fund, but concentrating capital into areas that you think will outperform. And then obviously at the end of the day, your aggregate or net performance is going to be much, much, much higher because you've not only had exposure to the market upside, but you've had exposure to individual narratives within that you're bullish on and you're allocated heavier towards. And that can definitely work. But most of you, you don't have millions of dollars to invest. Maybe you have less. I think most people, I saw a Twitter poll. Most people said they had less than $20,000 in the market. Most people sit around the $10,000 range. Now, you might be a lot more. You might be 100,000, 500,000. Some of you may be like $500 or $1,000. It's okay. But you have to accept that, depending on your financial situation, and obviously none of this is financial advice, you have to treat things a bit differently. And for those that have millions of dollars, yeah, you can take 200 bets and you can hire researchers and stuff. But if you don't, you've really got to concentrate and make concentrated bets on protocols that you believe in and don't diversify too much. So what I mean by that is in your long-term portfolio, and I split it up long-term and trading, but let's talk long-term for a second. In your long-term portfolio, you want to cover the top narrative. So you want to have ZK stuff. You want to have privacy stuff. You want to bet on a few L1s that you think are going to be really big. You want to take some smaller bets inside each of those ecosystems. You want to bet on gaming. You want to have some NFT exposure to like the marketplaces, NFT, AI protocols, that kind of stuff. Maybe you want a bit of money in AI. You kind of want to bet on all this stuff, right? But you can only really afford, because that's like already 8 narratives. You can only really afford to have like maybe 2 or 3 projects from each narrative. It becomes really hard to nail things down at that point, but you have to. And you actually have to really think about opportunity costs whenever you're weighing up an investment versus another and be like, if I was putting money in today, would I buy this or this? And depending on your answer, that's where you have to allocate the majority of your capital. Even though you really like project B, sometimes you just can't fit them all in. And at the end of the day, there might be 10 L1s you love, but you have to work out which one you love the most and why. Because unfortunately, unless you have unlimited money or you're in a situation like Rand where you have millions and millions of dollars that you can invest, then you're going to end up much better off actually having a smaller portfolio, because then you can actively manage it. You can look at charts and you can say, all right, I own LTO. It's approaching resistance. Let me sell some. It's pumped a lot. Let me sell 25%. Let me top up my stable balance. And you can look at your MENA position and go, okay, this is run, but it's at support. Let me add some more. Let me rotate some more into MENA, or let me take profits because I'm significantly up. And you can look at your Frax position and you can go, you know what, Frax has run a lot. I want to invest more in Convex now. Similar ecosystem, DeFi. I don't want to lose exposure to DeFi, but I want to rotate some profits. It's okay to do that, but you can only do that because you only have 20 projects, and you can manage 20 projects and you can chart 20 projects, right? I have about 30 projects on my trading view. And I can watch all 30. Just go through each day, look at all the levels, blah, blah, blah. Not that hard to do that. If you have 100 projects, it's damn impossible to do that. It's damn impossible to know when something's overbought. It's damn impossible to know when to rotate or take profits, because you just got too much and you lose it all. And it's, you guys have jobs and not all of you are full-time crypto. I get it. Like, it's too hard to manage. Even me, like, I'm a full-time researcher. I'm full-time crypto. I find it hard to manage because I'm doing other stuff as well. I'm making content. I'm doing a lot of investing. I'm meeting projects. I'm doing all sorts of stuff. So concentrate. Small portfolio, high conviction, and actually learn to manage it. And if you can learn to manage a small portfolio well, you can always go bigger. But if you start big, you can never go less. So if you start with 10 projects and then build it up over time, I think that's the best approach to go with. Now, maybe you can manage 20, maybe you can manage 30. One, it depends how much capital you have. One, it depends how much time you have. But don't get too crazy in this market trying to chase them all. And kind of have it so you still have time to trade each individual project. All right, let's continue with the alpha. Let's look through some of your suggestions. Drop your suggestions in the comments. I'm going to go through all your altcoins now. Are you enjoying the show as well, guys? Where we kind of just chill, we kick back, we research. I think it's a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it. And just kind of researching with you guys. I think it's great. I think it's different. I think it's cool. But yeah, drop projects you want me to look at. Drop some alpha. and I'll go through them all. I've already talked about VRA. I like it. I already gave the charts earlier. You can go back and look earlier. Great advice. Thank you, Brady. I appreciate it. David as well. Thank you for enjoying the show. Gage is enjoying it. Johnny's loving it. He's saying he likes it. Rustybot's loving it. Yeah, thank you guys. Like I'm enjoying this. It's been fun. Been a good few hours. Unfortunately, I missed 45 minutes due to a network outage, but good to be back. Oh, this is a good one. All right. 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗪. All right, this is time to get up the developer report, guys. It's finally time. I've been waiting for this moment. All right, this is a list. Thank you, 𝗕𝗬𝗘𝗫, founder of Electric Capital, for doing an amazing job at aggregating development data. They have basically got all the data from all the chains developments in crypto. Ethereum, Polkadot, Cosmos, Solana, Bitcoin, Polygon, 𝗕𝗓𝗏, NEAR, Cardano. And we can see a few trends. One of the trends is that, and this is quite remarkable because you don't really hear much about it on social media, but DOT has the second most developers of any chain. It actually does. This is GitHub commits. This is factual. Of course, Electric Capital can make mistakes, and the Cardano community certainly claims they do. But in general, it's I treat this relatively as I think this is the most comprehensive developer report you're going to get of any researcher. Polkadot, second, and it's quite interesting because you don't hear much about it. And why is this? I've got a few reasons. One, Polkadot does a great job at developing. I've actually gotten to play around on a lot of the parachains, and they're fantastic. Like really, really fantastic, a lot of them. And some great projects. But here's the problem. DOT's done a very bad job at getting users. They've done a very bad, they've kind of missed the EVM. It's very hard as a non-EVM chain to grow, right? It's very hard to get liquidity when you're kind of isolated from that ecosystem. So you got to work extra hard to get community. You got to double the marketing spend that an EVM project would have to spend. You got to double the incentives for users to come on board. You got to have double the UI to make sure the experience of getting on board is great. That's what Solana did so well. But the problem is DOT hasn't done that well. Their wallet was one of the worst wallets in crypto when it launched. It's improved, but it was bad. Their bridges were shocking. They were slow to launch. The dApps didn't have a lot on them. DeFi didn't have much incentives. They didn't do a great job of getting users, but they did a great job of building. So it's going to be interesting to see where the DOT kind of can pivot and really take advantage of what is quite an established and well-rounded development ecosystem on the user side, because that's been its major drawdown. Is it worth betting on DOT? I have it in my long-term portfolio, just because I think there's enough of a chance that it succeeds for me to bet on it. There's not enough of a chance for me to bet on it. There's not as much of a chance that it succeeds that I'm going to ape in, but it does have some weighting. And like all my positions, whenever I weight in an ecosystem, I put a smaller weighting, maybe 15 to 20% of the full 100% into the ecosystem. And in the DOT ecosystem, Moonbeam's one of them that I like. There's a few others. You got 𝗕𝗓𝗏, because some I'm not a huge fan of, to be honest, but you also got Moonriver if you want to bet on that ecosystem. But Moonbeam, a lot of unlocks. And they've clearly been bearish unlocks, and generally just a pretty slow ecosystem to develop, but one that has very good tech, and definitely one that I wouldn't fade. And I'm 100 Moonbeam being the EVM compatible. Just reading some weird comments. Moonbeam being the EVM compatible kind of L1 in the Polkadot ecosystem, I feel like that's one of the easiest ways that DOT can actually get liquidity into the ecosystem. And it's the first port of call in many ways. A lot of people's first experience with Polkadot's Moonbeam. So they've got a big role to play in all of this. And if you're betting on DOT, you're betting on Moonbeam. And you're also going to be betting on some of the other parachains that are launching. There's some great parachains. I might have to do another video researching all of them. But let me actually see if I can get a list up here, because there are some good ones. Just remember, every ecosystem I invest in, if I put $10,000 in Polkadot, $8,000 goes into DOT, $2,000, maybe even $1,000 or $500, 10, 15% goes into the ecosystem all the time. Not all the time, if there's good dApps. In this case, I believe there is. Why isn't my category section loading? In this case, I believe there is. Yeah, let's look through some of them, and I'll just go through and tell you which ones I like and don't like and tell you why. And of course, I don't know all of these off by heart. I don't research all of these extensively, but there are a few I do like, and I'll go through them. And if I say I don't like something, I may just not be that informed. So I may actually like it, just giving you my opinion on based on what I know. Okay, Astar, no real opinion. Kusama, it's a test net, right? I guess kind of the 𝗕𝗓𝗫 maxis have this opinion that every dApp's just going to launch a 𝗕𝗓𝗫, and they're going to gain network effect from being first movers. But I don't know. I think it's kind of a weak argument, and for that reason, I don't really understand 𝗕𝗓𝗫 that much. I've researched it a lot, and it still doesn't really click with me. I still prefer DOT. It's not a bad project, and I get the first mover argument, but oftentimes the first movers aren't the ones that win. It's the protocols that can improve upon their predecessors. And I think, once you launch on 𝗕𝗓𝗫 and then launch on DOT, subsequently, a lot of things are going to improve. What a testnet is for testing. So I think DOT is better positioned to capture upside than 𝗕𝗓𝗫, but I guess like on a pure market cap comparison basis, like you can make an argument 𝗕𝗓𝗫 pumps harder in a DOT rally. Certainly make that argument. Over the last week, it hasn't been the case. We've got Astar as well. Don't really have an opinion. Ocean AI protocol. AI video is probably going to drop tomorrow now. Energy Web token. I like Energy Web token. Actually, I actually really like this token. I think it's cool. They're kind of one of the only environmental protocols that I've really well researched, and I think it's a cool one. So definitely keep your eye on this. I actually like it, but it's not just exclusive to Polkadot. I wonder if it is on DeFi Llama yet. DeFi Llama. I do like it though. Look, I'm not a massive bull. If I say I like something, it doesn't mean I'm crazy bullish, but I do like it. I think there was a good thread on this, actually. Really good thread recently. By the way, Capo's still calling for lower. What changes, right? It's always the same. Always the same. Russell, I'll get to your question in a minute. I know you've asked it 3 times, but yeah. Just kind of going on a tangent here. DOT Foundation will be merging and buying the new EWT relay chain solution. So they're backers. Energy Web explained. I think that was a good thread that explained it really well. Better than I can. This. A pizza. This isn't the thread, but this is actually quite a good explanation. Essentially, Energy Web token has 3 layers. Application toolkit, which is your mushrooms and your pepperoni. Utility layer, which is your cheese. And then you've got the trust layer. And an Energy Web token is built on top of that. But I do want a fundamental explanation. What is Energy Web token? Energy Web token is a network that allows you to you basically use the token to pay from an exchange from the web to the web chain. And it's used to essentially kind of substitute energy. So it's an energy efficiency play, essentially. And you could kind of basket it under the environmental sustainability, environmental narrative. I want to find this thread though. I saw an amazing thread. But a lot of my good friends are bullish on this. Is this it? Don't know, man. Can't find it, but it is a good project. Look into it. Can't find the thread. Okay, other DOT projects. Let's actually answer your question first. Boy, are you from England? I'm from Australia. Can't you tell? Not from England. Although, I guess, yeah. I guess it's kind of similar, right? The accents. And I kind of maybe poshen up my accent a little bit compared to when I stream. I don't know. I feel like I've lost my Australian accent. If you go back and watch my original streams on Banter and you listen to my accent, it is so Australian. It's really, really Australian. It's like that. And now I feel like I'm getting more English. I feel like I'm going to be fully English soon. I don't know how it happened, but I just got really, 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 I don't know. I got more English over time. What was the question? I promised my boy Russell I'd answer his question. Radiant versus GMX. I called Radiant on my Twitter. I'm gonna take full responsibility for calling this. And okay. I know you're seeing it going down. Trust me, it wasn't a bad call. It's up a lot over the last week, right? Trust me. Oh man, Radiant versus GMX. Tough one. I'm not a huge fan of GMX. Palace says I still sound Aussie. I know, I do. But like, listen to my friends, and then listen to me. It's like they sound like crazy Aussie. Radiant is a very cool project. Omni-chain lending protocol. I mean, to compare it to GMX is kind of like comparing Matic to Avalanche. It's like, yeah, it's like you can't really compare, right? They're different. Just like Polygon's kind of an L2 has side chains. Avalanche is like, actually that's maybe not the best compare. I think it's more like Polygon because Avalanche does have subnets. It's more like Polygon to Bitcoin. That's a much better comparison because Radiant's like borrowing lending, and then GMX is like an Oracle DEX. I really like Radiant. I'll be honest. I think it's cool. I think it's very, very cool. I think it's one of the best projects on Arbitrum. And yeah, I did call it a while ago. Where did I call it? I called it maybe at like around here. I'm gonna say October. So I think we've gotten a nice like 10x. I might have some in a wallet somewhere. Like, to be honest, okay. Before I talked about making sure you don't over diversify, unfortunately, I don't always practice what I preach. I am kind of over diversified, and I've kind of got these wallets and I've got tokens I don't even know. Like, I got to get organized. One day I got to go through the whole thing and like round everything up. I believe I did, and I can't remember. I believe at some point I did actually buy Radiant, but I just can't remember when. But I got to look through my wallets because I could actually be up 10x on that. I got a memory of buying it. I got a memory of buying it. Yeah, I know I wrote a thread on it for sure, but I just don't know if I actually bought it. But anyway, Radiant's definitely, it's a good one, but wait for a pullback. You don't want to ape in now. But fundamentally, it's a good project. AI coins are blowing up. I did say this. Guys, I called this. I called the AI narrative. Sorry, I'm doing it again. I know I'm collecting clout. Sorry, I know you hate it. Sorry, I know. But like people often, they go on about my phantom call from last year and give me shit for it. Like I've made at least like 8-9 winning calls since. You know, hopefully it should make up for it, guys. Right? AI narrative. Where is this damn tweet? I swear Twitter has to up. Twitter's search is so bad. Elon, if you're watching this, it's ridiculous. I said like it's time to research AI. Here we go. There we go. December 7th. Called the AI narrative 2 months ago. Good call. NMR FET Ali DBC. I mean, just look at FET since then. Just look at FET since December. Yeah, I called it there. What's it gone up since I called it? Called it on December 7th at 7 cents. It's now almost 40 cents. So nice 4x. Nice 4x on a lot of those protocols. 𝗕𝗓𝗄. I like 𝗕𝗓𝗄. Look, I've got my top 5 AI coin video launching in the next 24 hours. So notifications on, by the way. If you don't have them on already, because you don't want to miss it. Turn them on for the channel, of course. Don't want to miss a stream. But yeah, that video is coming. And that's got my top 5 projects. Spoiler alert, 𝗕𝗓𝗄 is mentioned. I don't know if it made my top 5 or if it got an honorable mention. I've forgotten. But it did feature. So did like some other projects. But I gave you my top 5 in order. And I definitely think it's a good time to post that because the narrative is performing. But I also gave you some price levels to look at on them. ISP. Let's talk about LRC. Let's talk about LRC. This is Loopring. Loopring falls under the ZK narrative. Now, what is the ZK narrative? I did a thread on this. I broke it down. Basically, what it is we have Starkware, ZK Sync, both launching their tokens later this year. We have the Polygon ZK EVM coming out later this year. And they all fall under this ZK narrative. Now, that is obviously the utilization of zero-knowledge proofs or zero-knowledge rollups to help scale Ethereum. They're basically layer 2s, essentially, that help scale Ethereum via using zero-knowledge proofs. And I think zero-knowledge proofs are possibly the most transformative tech we've seen in crypto in a long, long time. And that's partly why they're so hyped. But what we've actually seen is despite that being the launch of these tokens being quite far away, we've seen a lot of hype and a lot of anticipation for them, even, I mean, far prior to the release of these tokens. And that's resulted in any token that incorporates ZK into the protocol, into the consensus, has performed very, very strongly, Loopring being one of them. So I did do a video on this, and I kind of said, look, if we get a dip in the market, like a significant dip, then I would look at the strong narratives. There's three of them. There's LSD narrative, liquid staking derivatives, there's AI narrative, and there's the ZK narrative. And in ZK, you've got Mina, LRC, Dusk Mute. I also did a thread on it. 2023 is the year of ZK rollup. ZK is the future scaling Ethereum with upcoming token launches, blah, blah, blah. Starting to heat up. Here are the best unreleased projects to keep your eye on. And I went through them. And I gave you my favorite released projects and my favorite unreleased projects. And Loopring, did it make the list? Yeah, it did. So basically, it's a layer 2 designed for scaling and building decentralized crypto exchanges. So you can build exchanges on top of it. They leverage ZK proofs to allow anyone to build a high throughput, non-custodial DEX. So Loopring is essentially a platform that allows you to build DEXs. Now, I'm pretty bullish on the trading narrative, pretty bullish on ZK. So it kind of combines two narratives I like. It makes it an interesting project to watch. Now, it's not to say it's a project to ape into or go crazy about, but ZK is strong. And, any really strong narrative with kind of relative strength in this market, they're the ones that you want to buy when you get dips, right? They're the ones you want to buy. Believe that I don't know why it showed as, I want to actually see what trading pairs are the most accurate here, because it just said it was $400, which is not obviously true. This looks accurate. This is the Binance chart. So Loopring, let's do some TA on Loopring. Once again, we'll use our, we got a clear trend here. Clear trend. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Clear trend. Bang. Got the breakout. Had the breakout. And now we are approaching. Got two key levels. Let me just set this up here. That level. And that's how I like to set up my charts. Just to give us a bit of context as to where we are. We can pull this into here. So, once again, in a range, it looks like every other token on this market, as I said before. It's pretty crazy that everything basically is approaching resistance, but Loopring's quite similar, although it does have another resistance to come. So yeah, I think, if you're trying to buy, you got to at least wait for a bounce of the 32. And then after that, you have your next range around the 26 to 28 cent region. So yeah, definitely bounce off the 32. Something I'd be looking at Loopring, of course. If it does break out to the upside, it's a narrative that has strength alongside the other ones. So Mina's one of them. Mina's actually on support now. Pretty critical level for Mina to hold actually on the 4 hourly. This kind of like engulfing cattle. Seems to kind of be testing that level. So let's see what happens with Mina. Quite interesting. If this breaks, then we have our next target here. Which isn't too bad, to be honest. But let's see. It's kind of a mini range. But if it breaks that, man, it can go down to this level at the 63.8. So keep your eye on Mina. GRT is a project. Let's talk about the graph for a minute. Good suggestion. So crypto has a problem. The problem is the cost of finding data inside a database on a chain is very expensive. So if you want to build a new app and you want to work out, so let's say you're creating an NFT and that NFT project relies on looking through all the NFTs that you've minted and working out what color hair everyone has in order to create a new hair color. You have to then go through every NFT to work out what color hair that those NFTs have. And to do that, you need to scrape the blockchain. So you need to look at every single individual smart contract. You need to round up all the data. And that data is pretty difficult to get. It sounds easy, like just looking for a hair color, but no, that takes code that it needs to manually scrub through a bunch of NFTs just so you can get the data you need to make a change. What GRT does, the graph, is it indexes that data, stores that data, and indexes all of that data. So when a project needs information, instead of going to its own smart contracts and trying to scrub them all for that data, it can just go to GRT's database. And it's all laid out nicely on a subgraph. So they can actually access that data. And that's the power of GRT. It makes what a very difficult task is in crypto normally into quite an easy task. And I think we're in a data economy these days. The value of data is, it's everything. We're in a digital age, right? Data. You can't put a price on data. So any protocol that can effectively manage what is basically the most important resource in the entire industry, that's going to be exposed to a whole lot of upside. And that's one of the reasons why the graph, I think from a fundamental perspective, is one of the strongest projects in crypto. 100%, no doubt. Must hold long-term in my opinion, but obviously not financial advice. You got to do what you want in your own time. The problem is though, that vision, crypto operates based on problems. So the projects that perform the best are the projects that are solving the most needed problems that need to be solved. The problem is the graph is solving a big problem, but I don't think it's a problem projects have realized that they need to solve yet. I think it's a problem that they all realize they need to solve, but there's kind of more important things right now, like privacy and scalability and keychain storage. And a lot of projects are just trying to work out how to actually become decentralized and scale whilst maintaining security. Like once they work all that out and they work out, okay, how can we become more efficient? They're going to realize that data is a huge problem. Calling data is a huge problem. And there's one project that does the best job at solving that, and that's GRT. So I don't think it's a short-term play, guys. And I don't think you should be in a rush to accumulate. And with a lot of tokens, these aren't in my long-term accumulation zones now. I'm in my trading bag right now, honestly. My spot bags, they're sitting pretty. I'll add to them if there's like a really good opportunity, but I'm not going crazy on it. GRT's in that category where it's a very long-term, you need a very good zone to accumulate because it's a very long-term hold. It's not a narrative I see playing out in the next few months. Of course, if we get a run up, like look, as crypto analysts, we can't predict narratives. There are things that happen that change market dynamics and projects pump for any reason. Like GRT got a little bit of a kick from this AI narrative, right? It's almost 3x because of AI. You couldn't have predicted that. But there could also be another trend that comes along as a bullish catalyst. But in general, I see GRT as a project that long-term has extreme potential, and I want to position myself for that potential slowly because it won't play out quickly. So long-term, this is one I'm 100% looking at, but it's also one that it's going to take time, guys. Interestingly, though, it looks like, and it's weird because, it is getting rejected, but it looks like it wants to break out. But on the shorter time frames, if this breaks out, I think 17 cents is next, to be honest with you guys. Let's okay, this would be a TP zone. So if you want to take this long, you can. I don't think it's a horrible long. If we break and hold, break, confirm above on the 4 hour, take your profits at 13 cents. I think that's an okay trade, but we need to confirm above. So only take that trade if we confirm. Don't take it on the break of trend because it could just come up and it could reject back below, right? That can happen. Only take this trade if we get confirmation above. Then I actually think it's a decent trade because it's on the verge there of a breakout. And this is a pretty key level as well. Look, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rejected. Like this is a key level. Like rejection, flipped into support, rejection, couldn't make it. Obviously was on the decline and then testing again. It's a key zone. It's a real key zone. This for the graph. Super key zone. Where can you trade the graph though? Check. Make sure. Obviously, CoinGecko does an amazing job of aggregating this data markets. Okay, it is on Bitget. So if you want to trade, of course you can trade on Bitget. Bitget, GRT. Yep, they've got a GRT USD pair. So if you want to take that trade on the confirmation of the breakout at 1180, something you can take. Obviously, your stop gets set below the previous wick, which is here. Bang. But there is a little bit of room for there's room to move there. So you probably don't want to go above 7x leverage. Because this is, where you want to set it. Unless you kind of want to use higher leverage, you can set it above this wick. Not a terrible idea, but yeah, it could get rejected here. So you can also play the rejection, confirmation, retest, bang, back down. So yeah, if you want to trade, you can do so on Bitget. If you don't have a Bitget account, what are you doing? Because there is still a chance to win the Rolex. So link in the description to sign up for a Bitget account. If you do so and you subscribe to the channel and join the Discord, I'm sure you're already in the Discord. Then if you make a trade, you get an entry into the Rolex competition to win a Submariner. I believe the Bybit one has been claimed. I need to confirm that with Ran, but I don't think, as far as I'm concerned, the Bitget one is yet. So you still have a chance if you open a trade and trade on Bitget to win that Rolex. And also, there is an $8,000 sign-up bonus. So even if you don't want to win a Rolex, if you don't want to win a Rolex, I don't know, you're stupid. But if you really hate Rolexes and you don't want to win one, there's also an $8,000 sign-up bonus to trade on Bitget. So link in the description to trade on Bitget. That is where you're going to find the graph. And yeah. Okay, I saw someone pay. Now, just because you pay for something doesn't mean I'm going to show your project, but I will research it because you asked me to. Research X7 Finance, and obviously, this is a research show. We're researching projects live on the show. So, I've got to do my due diligence here and look at this. It's a DEX, and I know a lot about DEXs because I'm a DeFi guy, and I don't know, this is a narrative wow, DEXs over the next 10 years, transformative. Like really, 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 truly transformative. And I'm not talking necessarily the current iteration of DEXs, but God, just think about it, all right? Let's just break this, and this is like giving me like a headache looking at that. I need to like mute that. Get rid of that. That was giving me a headache looking at all those stars, but think about it, all right? Just position this. Long term, what's our thesis? Okay, our thesis is that crypto is transformative and that more users come into the ecosystem, all right? It boils down to those factors. Because I do believe crypto is transformative, and I do believe we haven't really seen the full amount of users that are going to come into the ecosystem. And we could see that because, we're in 1998 of equivalent internet adoption. We're very, very early. So we're probably going to hit 1 billion users by 2030. That's like a 5-6x in users. So what do those users need to do? So a very simple way of working out what narratives are going to succeed is working out what are those users, when they come into crypto, what do they need? Well, they need fiat on-ramps, so they need centralized exchanges. That's why they're not going anywhere. They need bridges. They need to be able to swap funds between chains, all right? They need places to stake, so liquid staking protocols, also validator node staking. And they also need DEXs because they need to swap tokens. Like that's just a fundamental thing. But even further on from the really baseline need of these people to trade on DEXs just to swap stuff, you have the gambling aspect, right? Humans are gamblers. Like we're innately gamblers. All of you and myself, maybe not all of you, but look, at least I am. Like I'm a gambler. I'm a DJ. I DJ into altcoins. I like it. You guys like it too. It's fun. Gives you a rush when you succeed. Like I like going to the casino. I like sports bet. It's fun. I don't know. I like it. And I'm not alone. Humans love it. We love the thrill and we love speculating. So any place that can offer you a chance to speculate and you can do it really efficiently, that place is going to be a huge winner. The problem is, I feel like with DEXs, we haven't gotten to a place where you can do it efficiently. You can do it. You can speculate. You can speculate on gains. You can speculate on GMX. You speculate on DYDX. You can speculate on Apex. Some are doing it better than others. Like, for example, I believe Apex, who's also a show sponsor, is doing a really good job because they're using ZK. They're using StarkX. It's fast. It's easy. It's efficient. They have an order book. It's an order book model where you've got real buyers, real sellers on the other side. I like it. But I don't think even Apex and a lot of these protocols, all of them basically, they haven't gotten to their final form. They're so early. And the one that can crack the code there and really work out the model that's going to work for an efficient experience. When I say efficient, I mean low fees, fast, offering lots of trading pairs. They're going to be the ones that capture the upside to what DT just said. Vegas, they're going to be the casinos. But the difference is there's no house edge. I mean, there is because there's fees, but it's not really like, it's not rigged. It's rigged to your ability of how good of a trader you are. So those protocols, they're going to be the big winners. The DEXs. So anytime I see a quality DEX, I'm interested. Now, someone mentioned 7x Finance. the question now is to answer, the narrative's strong, but is the project strong? And let's just have a look, right? Let's just have a look. Let's see if it is strong. So it's not a leverage trading DEX. I'm starting to learn. Or is it? It's not. Leverage initial liquidity offerings. Censorship resistant. Okay. Multi-chain DEX. Closed loop liquidity loan system. Closed loop liquidity loan system. Okay, I'd love to know exactly what that means. Bit of a word salad. If you need to get up to speed in terms of store for details, communities on chain watching this get rolled out. The exchange call contract router and lending protocol contract. This is, by the way, the reason I created the show is because this is the type of shit I do in my own time. I just research projects and have fun. So you guys get to watch it live. DEX isn't live yet. We'll launch in a few days. Okay, thank you guys. That's why you're here, to help me with my research so I can research more efficiently. Here we can see a test loan being executed. Test loans, liquidity loans, payback line. Okay, it's just launching. So it's new. I like new projects. 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗪𝗧 solve analysis. Okay. Ethereum, Arbitrum, Optimism, Polygon, BSC. Execution of the decentralized dev team is honestly nothing like I've ever seen. It's flawless, transparent, community always kept fully up to date. I mean, of course, these guys are bag holders, so they're gonna be bullish, so don't get too swayed. But yep. Of course, now credible protection of the exchange. What we did, dev stuff, 25 competition referral awards program. So they're offering loans, cross-chain loans. I'm sold on. Why didn't they tag me? Rude. I'm sold on the business model, product market fit team behind it. Tech, token utility value accrual. When looking at millions of competitors, I do believe 𝗥𝗢𝗃 and other tokens can run to hundreds of millions of billions in no time. Personal conviction. Okay. I have a better understanding, but I'm still not fully. What happened there? I'm still not fully wrapped around this. What is their token? Can someone tell me what their token is? I've got so many threads open. I'm like losing. Look at my tabs. It's a mess. I'm losing where I am. I've got so many damn tabs. Can some X7 finance legend tell me if they have a token? Is this it? Is this it? Sorry, my CoinGecko's glitched. Let me just refresh it. Coin market cap's better right now. Ah, there it is. I was searching the wrong shit. It's up 26% today. What's its market cap, bro? 0.07 times 7.6 million fully diluted. Oh, it was literally right there. Why did I do the maths on that when it was right there? I'm an idiot. Well, at least I know I can do math. That's a positive. What's the circulating supply, bro? Of the tokenomics here. I love it when CoinGecko doesn't have the tokenomics live. Now I need to go back to their website and look at their white paper and look at it manually. See, this is the struggle we have as researchers. We have to look at everything damn manually. All right, where are the tokenomics? Let me. I mean, someone can just save time here. Apparently GRT is on the move. Guys, it broke through my level. Did you ape live on the show? I don't think this can't be me pumping this. It's too big of a market cap. Nah, everything's bullish. I was gonna say, you apers, guys, calm down. Don't ape yet. Let me go back and check it out. Yeah, I mean, fuck, if this retest now, I'm flipping long, bro. I'm going on Bitget, I'm opening a long. But like, break a trend. We need to confirm. We confirm we long. And we set our stops. Or if you're using really high leverage, but I don't recommend it. Use low leverage. 100 million. Bitget, link in the description to trade. Get yourself a nice Rolex, potentially. By the way, I'm pretty sure there's more. I can't confirm, but I'm pretty sure more people use Bybit. So you probably have a higher chance of winning on Bitget anyway. But that's just a guess, complete guess. because Bybit, I don't know, it's just more used. UI is pretty comparable, maybe a bit better, but both are good. So what'd you say? 100 mil. Wait, everything's out. So it's deflationary. I got distracted. I need to look at their tokenomics. Here we go. Tokenomics. Typical structure for funding operation percentage. Collect percentage of traded tokens, periodically swap those tokens in ETH pair, percent of swap tokens coded by Barton. Advanced trading revenues. Who's in this, by the way? Let me know in the comments if you're in this. I need to sit back down because my back's hurting. Standing desks. Look at this. Bang, 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 bang. Best invention ever. Whoever invested standing desks, I mean, it's just genius. It really is genius. It's just, I don't know. I never used to have one. Now I'm like obsessed with them. You can just, it's great. Okay, a lot of you guys are invested in this. It's you degens. It's only a 7 mil market cap and you're invested. Why are you invested? All right, everyone tell me why. Everyone tell me 3 reasons why. 3 dot points. 3. And I need 3 reasons from everyone. All right, I need 3. Tell me 3 reasons. Or 2. Okay, 2, because 3 might be hard. Tell me 2 reasons, all right? I want 2 reasons from everyone, and then I'll go over those reasons. Everyone that's invested, of course. If you're not, we're going to work out whether to be. This is what this show's about. It's about working out whether we should be invested or not. Also, where is this token? It's only on Uniswap, and it's only on ETH. Okay. All supply out, nothing vested. Liquidity loans, never done before. Miles Deutscher, you're cool. Thanks, Colin. Appreciate it, bro. I got to do this show more. I love this. Like, should I just quit my normal show and just do live research shows? Because honestly, it's more fun. And we get to research low caps. And it's chill. There's no stress of preparing. We research, we learn as we go. It's fun. It's way more fun than normal shows. I still enjoy my normal shows, but this is more fun. They don't have a product. You're right. They don't have a product live yet. When's their product launching? Can someone tell me when they're launching? Okay, so they're giving out initial liquidity loans. I'm trying to wrap my head around that concept. It's pretty novel. It's pretty cool. Honestly, it's pretty cool. But like in practice, they're launching this week. See, the problem is if you buy now, you're buying into launch. But the market cap's so low, like I don't even know if I really care, to be honest. Anyone got a good thread on this? Read through the white paper in full, 100%. Before I buy anything, I read through the white paper. But, guys, it's 40 pages and we're on the show. And I can't read all of this, or we'll be here for 5 hours. And you'll be bored. So it's better that I skim this and read it later. But let's look at the problem summary. All right, let's work out. I mean, the use case will give us a lot of info. From the beginning of human civilization, lenders have sought ways to mitigate risk. Process of having an underlying asset more valuable than loan amount, credit scores, other information. Cryptocurrency immutability and security models make all of the traditional risk even greater. X have solved this problem by implementing a stop to liquidity events through the exchange and lending pool architecture. Okay, so it's risk management. This paper will explain the product functionality and architecture that allow it to operate. Multi-chain rollout, 1% of all trading volume. Fuck. If it gets 1% of all trading volume at 100x's. The initial release of... I love how everyone here is in this. This is crazy. Like, I didn't realize you guys were... I knew you were degens, but I didn't realize everyone in the comments is in this. Literally everyone's in this. Everyone's telling me, like... I'm in X7, I'm in X... I don't know if, like, the Discord's, like, all joined to like hijack the stream, but it's crazy. Everyone's freaking in this. The initial release of X7's finance innovative token system and exchange will be focused on the Ethereum block. I love it. I'm laughing. It's hilarious. It's so good. I love it. This is so fun. The initial release of X7's finance innovative token will be focused on the Ethereum blockchain. And also on BSC. Customers and use cases. Project launches. Whole reason to build a leveraged DEX is to enable those without capital to access institutional scale capital. Okay, we know that. From individuals to choose a platform with safe returns. Okay. Do we have a photo of the UI, guys? Do we have a photo of the UI? Can someone link me to something with a photo of the UI? Let me see if I can find it, because I need to see this thing. Because since it's not launched, I need to see it. Like, I'm a visual person. I need to like see what we're working with. Market prices are going down. We know. It's good. It's really good. We want to pull back so we can buy. Don't we want to fucking pull back? You need pullbacks, or it's unhealthy, and then the pullbacks are bigger. The sooner that happens, the better. We need a picture of the damn exchange. I should join the Discord. There's definitely going to be pictures on the Discord. So what was it at? 0.5, 0.05. Well, so it hasn't pumped that much. I mean, in a month, barely any. UI is yet to be revealed. See, I hate that. Why can't they reveal UI? Is the team good? The team's a major requirement with any project. Who's the damn team? Who's the damn team? Team. I want to see the team. So they're mentioning their founding team, but who is the founding team? Community. Who's the team? Why isn't it on the website? Who's the damn team? Fully anonymous. See, I don't like that. Why? It's a bit of a red flag. Fully DAO controlled. That annoys me. Just look, it's not that it's inherently bad. I mean, there's been some amazing dApps built by docs, non-docs teams, but it's just a bit of a red flag, usually. But you know what? There's enough to like here for me to just chuck in some gambling money. Like, I don't think I love it. I need to see the problem is I need to see the UI and the team. If I'm going to buy this thing, I need to see the UI. I need to use the product. So I might wait for I might wait for launch. Consider it on my radar. Consider it a cool concept. But also consider it something I can't buy until I see the UI. That's my opinion. That's my opinion on it. But it's a good suggestion. It's a cool suggestion. Thanks, 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫, for suggesting that. I think it's cool. Put it on your watch list. It was a good find. X7 Finance. I can't swap GRT on Ledger. I've been spending these days looking for undervalued tokens. There are more than I thought. However, crypto is all about narrative and momentum timing. Timing the market matters because you learn, but in crypto, timing the market is the most critical aspect for success. Yeah, low-key. People hate to hear that, but yeah, low-key. Knowing in advance these tokens can set you apart, though, as you position it. Where are the tokens, bro? Give us the tokens. Don't just write something like that and say you're looking for undervalued tokens and not give us the tokens. Should I DM him and leak it? Ooh, should I DM him? Should I ask him? I mean, actually, he's coming on my spaces. Actually, let's look. Yeah. I invited him to my spaces. He said he'd join. He said awesome. So he is coming. So I'll ask him. I'm going to ask him live on the spaces. I'm going to ask him. Now, the spaces is in roughly a day. I think it's in 1 day. Here it is. So you can set a reminder on my Twitter. Just go to my Twitter. I'll actually pin it. There you go. It's pinned. Top of the profile. Link in the description. Miles Deutscher. Add a reminder to this space. Make sure you set a reminder because it's going to be huge. We have big guests, really big guests. We've got Crypto Burb joining, 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫, James Bull. The reason I got 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫 and James Bull on is because they're altcoin hunters. And if I can trust anyone to bring undervalued gems, it's them. So I'm bringing them on. I've also got a few crypto a few DeFi guys, Patrick Dynamo, 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫, also some like bigger guys as well. Jason Pizzino, another Aussie Bitcoin trader, to give us some market perspective. So it's going to be good. Lots of big guests. So make sure you set a reminder, join that stream, because I think it'll be really cool. I think it's going to be cool. and Res Degen is giving me his undervalued alts because I'm going to ask him. We're going to put him on the spot live on. I was going to DM him then for you guys, but I'm going to put him on the spot live on stream. Sheldon said that he's almost ready. Ooh. Sheldon going to join us. That'd be awesome. That'd be cool. Let's see. Be cool if he joins. Get his perspective on this pullback. Rand said he joined too, but clearly he's caught up in Dubai doing something. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours. Quite a while. Syscoin's the next 100x. Woo! I like I like a lot about Syscoin. But also like there's some weird stuff about it. I did talk about Sys on my. The caffeine's starting to wear off. It's 2 a.m. It's 2:30 a.m. and I had a coffee and I was like hoping it would keep me through the night. But it's not. I'm starting to crash here. What's up, Hustle? What's up, bro? Hope you're well, dude. If you want to join and chat gaming, feel free to jump on, by the way. Don't know what you're doing. You're probably just checking out on your phone. If you want to jump on, you can. I think Sheldon's coming soon as well. But if not, yeah, we've been streaming for 3.5 hours. That's why I'm getting tired. We've been absolutely degening, looking at altcoins. I just got shilled this exchange called X7 Finance. So basically, it's a research show, man. We're just researching live. We've talked about some gaming coins, 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫, had a look at PYR as well. Obviously, you called that one a few days ago. I also think I got a decent entry on that at like 250 on my Twitter. So doing well, doing very well. And also congrats on your shows recently, killing it. Huge results on the shows. I think it's like the second most viewed show on Bounce like the last week. Like basically like top 2, which is pretty fucking awesome. My shows, on the other hand, not doing the best, doing okay, but this is killing it. We've had like 1,000 people for 3 hours, which is crazy. But in general, no, this is just a cool format. I like doing live research. Someone asked me thoughts on Aurora, and it's super interesting because Aurora's one. Like I was gonna actually ask. So you guys know I posted the 𝗕𝗬𝗘𝗫 interview yesterday. I was gonna ask 𝗕𝗬𝗘𝗫 because he's a big NEAR bull, and Aurora being the EVM L1 of NEAR, is obviously one of the coins that is supposedly capturing upside to that ecosystem. But Aurora's performed really badly, and I was supposed to ask him about Aurora, but I forgot. But over the past few days, I have been developing my thesis here. And my thesis is they're really struggling to onboard users. And NEAR is in a similar position where if you look at the developer report, it represents quite well. It represents above Cardano, just below Polygon and Kusama. It has representation, but Aurora and some of the EVM chains, and I mean, even NEAR itself has really struggled to gain users. But NEAR is like one of the only protocols to have sharding. Like it's something that Ethereum couldn't even pull off, right? So if we look at NEAR transactions, we can get the NEAR Explorer dashboard up. Yeah, we can see it really hasn't gained traction yet. And it's quite interesting because it's an ecosystem I like, but it just hasn't really. We can see daily transactions 400K a day. It's doing okay, but just the quality of dApps aren't on Aurora yet. So I don't know if I'm bullish, but you know what? I will say this. I'm betting on NEAR. I am betting on NEAR. I do like NEAR. And if I'm betting on NEAR, I've got to bet on Aurora. I just have to, even if it's 5% of my NEAR position. So yeah, Aurora's one I'll DCA into. But just because I'm betting on NEAR, and it just makes sense to have some Aurora exposure. It's as simple as that. There's no crazy logic. I don't think it's the best coin ever. In fact, I think they're struggling, but I'm just going to have a bet. And let's see what happens. Let's see what plays off. Let's look at the ecosystem, though. Maybe there's some hidden gem dApps. Bastion's a good project. 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫, okay project. Vaporwave. I thought it said Vaporware. That'd be very fitting. Polaris Finance, decent. Beefy, of course, like aggregator across multiple chains. Not much TVL on the Aurora side, though, at all. Yeah, Aurora's like the EVM. It's like the Moonbeam to NEAR. Look, it's not the ecosystem. I don't love the eco. I don't love it. Like, it's not. The quality of dApps isn't there for me. I mean, look, only 5 dApps are above 1 million, right? And it's all Bastion, basically. Like, that's the best protocol. So, like, there's not much on it. And investing in this eco, like, you got to be a complete degen to invest there. But and I am a degen, so I don't hate it at all. But yeah, Aurora is something I'll bet on alongside Nia. Funnily enough, it has more TVL than Aptos, and Aptos is the third highest valued layer 1 now, which is just crazy. Someone wants me to look at 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫. Good suggestion. Aurora. 𝗕𝗬𝗕𝗫's great, by the way. Really, really, really good app. Does it have its user data here? Don't think it does, but it's got its volume, 770. A lot of dilution on Aurora. In fact, can I get the tokenomics up? Sorry for my tabs, they're a complete mess. Let's see if we've got the tokenomics on. Oh, fuck, they always do this. They always do this. Maybe Masari has it. Can I trust Masari? I could trust Masari, right? Okay. Come on, Masari. Don't let me down here. Do not let me down. CoinGecko let me down. Don't you do this to me. Look at that. It's like a direct inverse correlation. Price versus supply. Like, that's crazy to me. I mean, it makes complete sense. Can we get the upcoming data here? I think Unlock's calendar. I don't know if you need to pay for Unlock's calendar. Unlock's calendar should have it. Ah, fuck, you gotta pay for this shit. Here we go. So we are relatively early. This is a long cliff, though. This is a super long cliff. This is like a 10-year cliff. Is this months? Man, that's a long cliff. Yeah, it's got a constant pressure, but no crazy steep incline like we see on like projects like DYDX. Someone asked me to check on our GRT. Yeah, rejected. Rejected. It's got to confirm above for me to open a trade. It's got to confirm above. Green candle on the 4 hourly. Has to confirm above. Ideally on the daily. Like, if we could get just a nice daily print, retest, bang, GRT, pocket the long. But no, this looks like it wants to get rejected. Let's see what happens. Let's see what's happening with Bitcoin and ETH as well. Let's see what's happening. Damn, rejected. Not really rejected because it was actually above trend. It broke through trend though. Coming back to mid-range now. That's okay. All right. Drop your comments, coins in the comments. Remember, keep the alpha flowing. ENQ. Someone wants me to check out ENQ. ENQ. Enacom. Sorry, I just heard something outside. Enacom. What is this crap? Enacom. Blockchain mobile network for decentralized application. DKIM allows each smartphone modem to be part of a global network. Sorry, I gotta keep the noise down because I'm waking people up by yelling. It's super late. It's like 3 a.m. and my sister's next door, and I just moved into this studio, so I haven't noise proofed. I've got noise proofing coming next week, but until then, I've got to keep it down. I believe that everyone should have the opportunity to become part of the blockchain revolution. Currently, we created a decentralized ecosystem able to bring the blockchain cryptocurrency to mainstream. Okay, mission and purpose. We believe everyone should have the opportunity to become part of the blockchain revolution. So it's kind of like helium, but like instead of using like routers you use your mobile phone. So it's kind of cool. Token value created by miners. You know, something like this probably never takes off, probably never gets mainstream adoption. But in the short term, it can perform well. So I'm not 100% sure. Thanks, Chaos. Yeah, I was just told. My sister texted me. She's like, "Stop talking so loud." That's like how late this is going. It wasn't supposed to go till 3 a.m. So gotta be a bit more quiet now. Whoa, bit of a change up there. I gotta noise proof the studio better. It's really badly noise proofed. I gotta put foam down the door, and yeah, I gotta do a better job. Check optimism. OP. I haven't found the next 100x today. That was the title of the video. Finding the next 100x. We haven't found the next 100x today. She obviously doesn't want to make money with the rest of us. Yeah, I know, right? She actually asked me once. She's like, "Miles, help me invest in crypto." She's gonna give me money to do it. I don't know. Might not be a problem soon. I'm considering moving to Dubai. It's another conversation, but I might move to Dubai. I don't know. I just feel like for the industry I'm in, age I'm at, stage of life, like 22, deep in the industry, deep in crypto. Not just from the tax perspective, but from the networking perspective. Moving there could be a good decision, but it just depends. Depends on how we go. Probably look at it next tax year. Let's see mid-year how we're going. But yeah, optimism. Yeah, you can't long this fucking shit at all. You can't long it at all. Like if anything, it's coming back down to 2466. Let's go on the daily, see what the next resistance is. This chart's terrible. I need a chart with more data. But maybe that just is yeah, it only launched in June, right? No, it launched before that. Let's get perps on Bybit. Damn. Okay. Yeah, because of the lack of historical data, man. Like you can't long. It's price discovery. You can't long into price discovery. Gotta wait for a pullback. My guys and girls. Did you see Gala? What happened to Gala? Let's check. Gala. Why am I losing all my shit here? Here we go. Nah, it's got a retest. For me to be interested in that long. It's got a retest. TWT. Someone wants me to research twit. Oh, it's Trust Wallet. I knew that was familiar. No, I know a lot about Trust Wallet. Very, very familiar. Too high of a valuation for me. I prefer Block Wallet. I think like there is definitely a compelling wallet narrative because the thing is like MetaMask, people are sick of it. People are really, really sick of MetaMask because just like the usability is not there. They haven't really upgraded. They haven't added features they said they'd upgrade. And it just really hasn't yet developed as people would have liked. So a lot of people are kind of boycotting. I feel like they're just staying in for the airdrop, but I feel like a lot of these smaller wallets will do quite well. Fuck, I really want to yell. I love just like streaming loudly, but I just can't right now. It's annoying me. I'm like not a quiet person. Oh, Chiliz. Oh, Chiliz is a super interesting one because obviously pre-World Cup hype, like the hype around like fan tokens for the World Cup was massive, and everyone was like crazy about Chiliz. But it has seen a bit of a drop off, and let's get onto the proper charts to look at this. Yeah, look at this. Wow. Wow, I love pre-World Cup. Like it's just a totally different coin price action wise. It's mid-range once again. Very hard to trade something that's if anything, it doesn't look great, does it? Looks like more of a short than a long. But then again, it can break out and then push up to 18. Fundamentally though, I'll speak fundamentally, not just like chart wise. Fundamentally, like I really do like the project. And I think actually this is one of the most interesting projects in crypto to trade. And I'll tell you why, because every time there's a big like soccer event, whether that be the World Cup, whether that be the Euros, whether that be the Champions League or something, whenever there's like a lead up, this thing runs. Like this thing just runs. And it's really easy to predict because all you need to be is slightly earlier than the next guy to make money on the pre like World Cup trade. And we actually called this one on the show, and we did very well off Chiliz and Algorand prior to the World Cup. Algorand obviously being the sponsor, Chiliz being the fan token platform. So it's actually not a very hard narrative to trade at all. The only problem is like the longer you hold, the more you expose yourself to market conditions. So if you're planning on holding a long time, you got to get a buy at a level where like you're on pretty good strong support, or you've got a pretty obvious like stop loss. Even if you're trading spot, like you should still have like a place like you'd want to de-risk. Problem is like that's not right here really. To be honest, what did I do? I'd want to these lines I've had for ages, are they even accurate? I gotta like make sure they're even the lines that I want to have. I gotta go onto the daily. If I want to, yeah, okay. And yeah, move slightly. So yeah, not a great level long term. Not a great level long term. MDT. What is MDT? Measurable data. Measurable data. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is that? What the fuck? And it has a big market cap too. This isn't like it's just pumping with a $1 million market cap. That is ripped. The huge market cap. What is MDT? And how did I miss this? What happened? It's an AI project. Fucking AI, man. This shit just ripped. Okay. Well, there's no way I'm longing that. Actually, I'd love to short this thing. That's in price discovery, though. It's not even really in price discovery. It's a lie. You know what's funny? These are actually resistance, but it seems to be kind of breaking above. Fuck, if this holds above, it can rip to all-time highs very quick. That's the problem here. It's not going to take much for it to double again. But it is a resistance, so you can't buy. But man, it's trying its best. It really is trying its best. What a chart though. Like what an this was a great accumulation zone. Look at that. If you draw the diagonal in there, it was a perfect break. I wish I was charting this because I would have made a fucking fortune. How was I not charting this? Well, I didn't, like, as a tiny cap, I can't chart everything, but damn. We would have been there, guys, for the break. But it never retested. Like, the only opportunity it gave you was, like, there. It never really retested. But that's on the daily. Like, maybe we got a retest on the hourly or something. Nah, just shot straight through. I mean, AI is just crazy. Just shot like a... Yeah, I think I wouldn't have gotten in here realistically. Like, tiny retest, technically. I would have gotten in on the next flag. This flag. Break out of that flag. But fuck, I don't trade on time frames that small. It's kind of ridiculous. So I probably would have missed it, to be fair. Just ripped. Sometimes when it rips, you can't trade it. This is like a trade where the only real way to profit, unless you like really wanted to put it... I mean, you can technically put your position on breakout. I'm not anti putting breakout and then the retest, but this is kind of one you wanted to like DCA into over time, like every pullback, you know. So if you're bullish on MDT, but I just don't know anything about it, and I feel like it's just so like narrative driven. It's pretty hard to pick these ones. Casper. I mean, I know we had a Casper bull in the office when I was in Cape Town. I really liked Casper. I think it's solid. I mean, the fact it's fully diluted is a plus. I don't know that much about it. Basically an L1, right? Metas is built on Casper. That's super cool. Yeah, I've heard a lot about Casper over time. It's one that's come across my radar. Oh, nice website. Future-proof and integrity of traffic. Look, I've heard good things. Like, I don't love it, like, personally. But that's, I mean, really just because I'm not too well researched. But from a fundamental perspective, I've got some friends that really like it. If you like it, I don't think you're in a terrible project. You're certainly not in a rug. You're in a solid project. Let me look. I mean, man, all these charts are the same. Every altcoin is the same. It's crazy. Is it not crazy to you that every altcoin is the same right now? Literally every chart looks the same. Only difference is this is more bullish. Why is it more bullish? Higher high, see? As long as it doesn't, this is the low. As long as it doesn't make a lower low, and it makes a higher low, here, reclaims, bang, bullish chart, not a short. Wouldn't short this. Does have an upwards, gonna go to draw. It's a very weak trend. I much prefer trend lines with 3 touches. It's admittedly a fucking dumb trend, but if you kind of want to get real creative and draw it in, then that's the trend. I mean, lines like that I don't really follow them, but it's more just to like get an idea of momentum. So momentum is like bullish, right? Just gives you an idea of momentum more so than anything. Better get some sleep. I'm getting kind of tired. I'm gonna go soon. I've got this AI video I want to upload. When should I upload that, guys? When do you want that video? Do you want that in the morning? Do you want that in 5 hours? Let me know in the comments. Do you want that in 5? If you want it in 5 hours, I can upload it now and we'll get it out in 5 hours. Do you want the AI video? It's got my top AI picks, explainer on all the AI projects. World Economic Forum. Yeah. Stuff them. Do you guys want the AI video though? Now. You want it now. I can't put it up now because it will kill this show. The way the YouTube algo works is if you put up a show like right after another one, like the other one just like dies. So you gotta like gotta spread them out at least by like 2 or 3 hours. But you do want it. Okay, you want it. All right, I'll try and upload it. My internet's shit, but right now, but I'll upload it and schedule it for in like 4 hours time, if I can. If I can't, then I'm just gonna have to do it when I wake up. But let's try and do that for you guys. 12 hours from now, it's very late. Very late. The Americans will be asleep. And I think it's better if it goes up soon. You know what? We might just leave it here, just because, yeah, I've got to be quiet now, and I'm getting tired. The caffeine's worn off. I've finished all my caffeine, and we've covered a lot of ground. But it's 3 a.m. I know it's fucking late. I'm exhausted, and I gotta go to the gym in the morning, and I've got meetings and shit. But did you guys enjoy this format? Let me know, because if you did, I'll do it again, and maybe we do it weekly. Like every Sunday, we just hang out, research coins for hours, get guests on. Next time I want more guests. Obviously, Mr. DeFi did a great job at holding down the fort when my internet cut out. So props to him. But maybe we should do this every single week and just hang out and trade coins and look at stuff. There are a few things in this video. If you want to trade, remember, Bitget link in the description. You've got the Rolex giveaway. Enter, win a Rolex. Just got to open a trade. Simple as that. $8,000 deposit bonus. Bybit has a $30,000 deposit bonus. So that's a good one. And then also Apex, of course. Apex is a decentralized. I was just scratching my nose. Super itchy. Apex is the decentralized exchange powered by L2. So if you like trading on DEXs, that's my option as well. Also, link in the description. They're giving away $10 million in their trade to earn program. So cool. You guys liked it. I'm getting some great feedback. Well, I really enjoyed hanging out with you guys. Okay. Super cool. Super good feedback. 10 out of 10. We'll do it again. I'm sorry. If I have another coffee at 3 a.m., I'll be up till 7 a.m. I'm kind of, I'm losing energy quick here. Luke enjoyed this. All right. Awesome. Well, thank you guys for joining. If you are going to miss me over the next few hours, and no one here should miss me, but if you are planning on missing me, then I'm launching an AI video in 4 hours, hopefully, if I can get the upload done in time, which will hopefully like quench your thirst for Miles Deutscher content for at least another few hours until my next stream. So, yeah, I'm going to get some sleep. Pal's going to run the outro. I'll see you guys in the next one. Line of coke. No. It's the last thing I need. Oh dear. Then I'll wake up tomorrow with the Colombian flu. All right. I'll see you guys later. Cheers. Peace out.